Oh, what's up, fellas? Whew. How we all doing today? Scusi. What's up, Marvin? Trying to decide what we're doing today. I needed this music, dude. I was having a fucking terrible fucking... God damn. Sounds like a fun game. What tier was this? That does happen, right? You get the new players versus the old guard sometimes, and then it doesn't look like you have a CV. Well, their CV is just destroying everybody. Right? I get it. It's because everything levels alongside you. You can find the best game, the best weapon in the game at level 1. Sort of. There's also leveled loot lists, so the best weapon in the game at level 1, if you get it at level 1, will be worse than if you get it at level 20. But that's just Oblivion, bro. No remaster is gonna change that. What bugs me more is all the fake lockpick videos that I've seen about Oblivion, bro. How does no one understand how this fucking thing actually works? Everyone's like, oh, if it stays up long, blah, 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 blah. No, dude, it's literally, all you have to look out for is how fast it goes up. That's it, end of story. It's super fucking simple. I don't understand how there's so much information about lockpicking on YouTube, dude. Like a video with millions of views just completely explaining the lockpick completely wrong. And I'm like, what? What do you mean you just jig? But no, dude, no. You're completely wrong, bro. Like, what the fuck? And then I make a proper video, I get 1K views, so no one knows. Right? Like, I swear the YouTube algorithm's shit, dude. You can get... Pedo. What's up, Zion? ¿Cómo estás? Pretty sure it's just the States. Estados Unidos. Oh, dude, no way. There's no way this is... Hang on. Hang on. Oh, is it? Bro, I needed one more. No, it's not.
Civilian infrastructure. No.
Oh, the missions. I didn't even look at those. Transformers.
Okay.
I literally opened 2 boxes today. 4, sorry, 4. Today. Earlier.
He says it's your fault.
This morning.
He learned his dad is a sex criminal and cried because now he isn't allowed to host his sex criminal dad on a stream anymore. Wait, my fault?
Whoa, that is not what was said. Holy shit.
Okay, I don't understand
He's
what
all-
took place. Okay.
We're on this guy's stream for 1 minute and there's already blatant lies.
I know Trump met with Mark's Carney. We'll talk about that too, for sure. Tectone openly blames Hassan for noticing his father's rampant. Okay, I need you guys to understand something. Did you see Tectone brainstorming with your enemies on how to attack you? No, but it doesn't fucking matter. No, of course I don't. Why would I have? Do you think I watch Tectone streams? Why would I know that? Why would I know
Yep.
any of this? I'm surprised that you guys know any of this.
What's up, Dan? Can I just point something out from this fucker? Notice this part right here. Somebody needs their handheld while they go through the destruction of their character.
Blast off me.
Fucking pussy bitch, dude.
Okay. It's Context News Day. Reacting with friends to my career ending while fundraising for IDO's charity. Stand up to cancer. Trump no longer going to bomb Yemen after Israel bombs civilian infrastructure. And more news. Get in now.
I want to take the chat away because guaranteed I'll be the one getting banned over his chat, right?
No, I'm gonna do the content.
Because that chat is fucking heinous, bro.
Don't clip the context news. So, for those of you who don't know what took place yesterday, there's this guy named Tecton, okay? He's been kicked out of his organization that he was a part of, OTK, because it came out, I don't even know the full details, but I think it came out that like his ex-girlfriend or his ex-wife or something was credibly accusing him of sexual assault.
Bro, what's with the credibly?
And I mean, he got fired from his job for that reason. I mean, he's a gross guy regardless. He's like a gross little ogre. I haven't really paid too much attention to him. I've been around him. I've been on his
It was not a joke.
alongside
You were
him
dead
back
on.
in the day. I'm not like super aware of this guy's background beyond that, right?
He's already smearing people.
And I saw a tweet that he tweeted out because he tries to basically farm Asmongold. He tries to do the Asmongold shit and just like repeat whatever Asmongold is saying, right? To try to farm his audience. And it makes sense. It makes sense that he's trying to farm his audience. Asmongold's massive, right? So he was doing this thing where Asmongold was like demanding that I get banned, right? He was demanding that I get banned because
He wasn't demanding, he was pointing out you're a terrible fucking human being and you break the TOS at every possible availability, but somehow you can get away with it. And you probably should be permanently banned. That's what he was saying. This guy just can't stop lying, dude.
His audience was like, oh,
Lies and misrepresentations, that's all he does.
he's celebrating this.
He's got such a punchable face too, it really bugs me.
Asmongold basically was like, that's it.
Don't get me
that's
wrong.
enough.
Massive
Enough.
punchable face,
We
I get
have
it.
to ban this guy. Like,
Hence.
this guy needs to get talking about me. He was mad that I was reporting on the news, okay? And
check us on
he said something along these lines. I'm gonna get to Tectone in a second. This is where it starts.
stream title. He's so happy.
Yeah.
Crash Out Speeder.
I was about to say, terrorist sympathizing?
To you.
Literal propaganda for terrorism?
I'm gonna be honest. I've been pretty reasonable about this for a long time. I think they should ban him. I do. This is expressing material support for a terrorist group that is targeting civilians and has killed people. I have been very reasonable
That's
about this
literal,
for a
by the
very
way.
long time.
Asmongold is 100% right here.
Crossed into the threshold
Literally right.
of
The best kind of
in plain
right.
English, supporting a terrorist organization that is actively attacking civilians. This is
so funny because this literally means every single person that has ever defended Israel has to be banned, right? Like that is the entire thing
This
that Israel
guy.
does. I mean,
Well,
who's killing
but
most
what
of
about the Jews? Like, bro, that's your argument?
Virtually
But
every
but
other
the
group at this
Jews?
point, every
But
other
the Jews,
country, every
guys?
other
Oh my god, but the
continent at
Jews.
this point in,
Like,
recent,
Jesus.
history.
How is this guy not banned,
And
bro?
we're over here
Holy
acting
shit.
like, you know, there is a
He just
actual-
can't help himself.
There's
Like,
like a real
whenever he opens his mouth, anti-Semitism and terrorist sympathizing comes out. It just happens to blah. Oh, oops. Like,
You have a really weird effect.
Holy
I
fucking
know.
shit, dude.
It's stupid, and he doesn't know what material support means. He's oblivious. I am not offering material support to the Houthis with a condensed stream title that just talks about what is happening in Israel. And it's not even a defense. Like, it's not even, I'm not like trying to defend myself. Oh, I got caught or anything. That's just simply not what those words mean. Material support would mean like logistical support, training, sending arms, things of that nature, right? It's very illegal. I would go to fucking jail. I wouldn't get banned off Twitch. I would go to fucking jail.
no, I feel like
Okay?
being a propaganda mouthpiece for a terrorist organization and trying to glaze them into high heaven and literally saying, well, 10 toes down, I condone everything they're doing, that's
Not
material
only is it moral
support.
and valid,
Sorry,
also
but that
perfectly
is like
protected under the First Amendment, and it's
the
not
main
a
definition,
violation of terms of
right?
service.
Because you're trying to like whitewash them in the main public eye. You could not give more material support than that. You're trying to legitimize a terrorist organization.
Fucking giving missiles to the Houthis or something.
That's literally material support.
But this is where the conversation starts, right? Asmongold's like, fuck this guy. We gotta.
I would say
why? Because I'm not talking about how
the legitimization of a terrorist organization is very much a tangible
if I was doing that, then it's fine. Then I'm a free
currency.
warrior. God forbid, God forbid I speak out against Israel. Ooh, all the free speech defenders all of a sudden. Yeah, that was made clear when he said voicing material support. How do you voice material support? Yeah, he does not understand any of those words. He's just saying what he heard Marco Rubio say, right? Because Marco
What's the law though? Let's look up the law actually. Google.
Expressions of defense or any sort of activism, which is protected by the First Amendment, is actually engaging in material support, which is not the case. And that distinction is
Material support statutes 18 USC 2339A, 2339B have been among the most frequently prosecuted federal anti-terrorism statutes. Outlaws whoever knowingly attempting to, conspiring to, or actually providing material support or resources, or concealing or disguising the nature, location, source, or ownership of material support or resources, knowing or intending that they be used in preparation for, in carrying out, in preparation for concealment of an escape from, or in carrying out the concealment of an escape from, an offense identified as a federal crime of terrorism. Section B outlaws whoever knowingly attempting to provide, conspiring to provide, or actually providing material support or resources to a foreign terrorist organization, knowing that blah blah blah. Okay, so they really literally mean tangible material. How do I put this? Real world. I feel. Oh, there's a C as well. Hang on. See, currency or monetary instruments or financial securities, financial services, lodging, training, expert advice or assistance.
You know, PJ, I had a dog named PJ. It was a good dog.
Woof. Safe houses, false documentation, identification, communications equipment, blah, 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 weapons, lethal substances, explosives. Okay. According to the letter of the law, no, it's not material support, but it's pretty fucking close.
I don't know if the allegations are true. I hope not. He really seemed like he could be a cool dude. I mean, he's just, I've never actually thought of him as a cool dude. I always thought he was a bit of an ogre, but I was neutral on him, as I usually am. But in any case, Asmongold is trying to, Blade Braver, thank you for the material support to to terror groups with the 25 get the subs. In any case,
it's disgusting that he plays into it as well, dude. Like, this guy is
I
such a
wouldn't even know
disgusting
this
human
person
being.
really exists if it weren't for the same chuds who are now pearl clutching over anything not fully throating Israel. I know, and the irony here is that I don't think these guys actually give a fuck about Israel. They're just using Israel as a weapon to undermine their political opponents. They just have to get rid of an annoying nuisance on the platform.
Bro, this
that
guy has such an
constantly calls them
ego,
out
dude.
for being ridiculous.
Oh, it
right?
couldn't be that they actually despise me because I have shit takes. No, it's because Israel.
Asmongold gives a shit about Israel. Get out of here, dude. He literally, Mr. I'm 99%.
You don't give a shit.
Like, he doesn't care about any of this stuff. He's
You
just
think
like,
this guy hasn't ever been to Palestine, and when they were offered to go, he's like, no, thank you. I don't actually want to go to the fucking like.
So anyway,
Bro, this guy is such a
how this
loser,
starts.
dude.
And of course, Tectone has to fucking repeat whatever Asmongold is saying. And he says, I'm genuinely considering full swapping to YouTube if this terrorist propaganda isn't punished harshly and immediately on Twitch. And of course, Tectone is not exactly
Wasn't that tweet before Asmongold's
he's the one type of dude that, like, when he shits
call
on
for
me,
ban? It's not even a call for ban. He just gave his opinion
find
that this guy
themselves
should
on
be
my side.
banned.
Even if they are normally in opposition to me, they're like, okay, well, Tectone is the one guy that we'll get on board with.
Actually, no.
So he says, I'm genuinely considering full swapping to YouTube if this terrorist propaganda isn't punished harshly and immediately.
think it
on
was,
Twitch.
though.
My father, my brothers, and our soldiers did not bleed, sacrifice, and die for this bullshit to be allowed and promoted on Twitch. This needs to change immediately. Now, there's a couple different ironic moments here. One, nobody really likes Tectone, which is why I said, oh no, what will anyone do if the bald pervert leaves the Twitch platform for good? Okay, that's number one. I went with the easiest route here. Number two, the notion that like my fathers, my brothers, and our soldiers didn't bleed and sacrifice to die for this bullshit. No, that is literally the lie that they used to tell all the time. I thought we had to go to Afghanistan and go to Iraq and like invade and kill millions of fucking people and displace tens of millions because of free speech. So you're wrong on every point here. You're fundamentally wrong. I thought it was because of the First Amendment, because we were protecting the first.
He always wears such retarded outfits,
I
too,
thought
dude.
that's why we had to kill some fucking goat herders in Afghanistan, right? And defend the poppy fields.
I guess he wants to present as white today.
Free speech. That's what I was taught. So I guess not.
Because he's always different, right? One time he's an Arab, the other time he's a Muslim, then he's a Turk, then he's then he's white. Like, make up your mind, brother.
It's like a talking point. I didn't know who the
This
fuck
guy
his
is so
dad was.
disingenuous,
I didn't
dude.
know his dad was a veteran. I don't even know Tectone like that. But I did know that he got kicked out of, he got booted out of OTK because he
Changeling.
had credible sexual assault allegations launched against him from his former partners. So I did know that. And even then I was gracious enough not to like use that. I just called him a bald pervert, right? Turns out his dad, also a bald pervert. I didn't know. How am I supposed to know? It's not my fault.
Bro, he's doing a victory lance on this, dude.
Turns
This guy
out
is
his
so
dad
disgusting.
Not only is a bald pervert, but he's like a
But
famous
Tectone gets
bald
banned
pervert.
for a week for calling Frogan fat.
Everybody started talking.
Meanwhile, on the other end of the spectrum,
Everybody
what is
started
this shit,
talking
dude?
about How, like, Tectone, why'd you bring your dad and his service into this? Because it's not like his record is untarnished.
Literally no one is saying that
What's
but you.
this? Turns out his dad literally was responsible for so many sexual assaults that the military actually took action against him.
Bro,
even
like,
though he is
dude,
a high-ranking
Tectone was like
colonel.
almost literally crying on stream earlier, right? Not an hour ago, bro. And this guy is already like, oh.
You know anything, and I've covered this stuff a lot. You know anything about the American
It
military?
really bugs me that
The American
humans like
military
this exist.
rarely-
Like there are
rarely
filthy,
ever addresses
pathetic
rape or
lowlifes
sexual
like this
assault.
around,
They are
dude.
notoriously bad at this. There is a major problem with sexual assault and rape in the military.
That's how you know we as
American
humans, we ain't got no
military doesn't
fucking
really
chance,
like to
dude.
cover it
We're gonna die
much.
out. Guaranteed, bro.
One
Because people like
would
this
say
exist.
cover it up,
They just drag the rest of us
Major
down.
issue within the United States military. So it's incredibly rare, especially when you have a high-ranking military member, a colonel who is a Vietnam veteran that is outed and actually prosecuted and goes to jail for doing any kind of sex pest behavior, sexual assault, rape, whatever, right? And his dad was apparently such a serial sexual assaulter, and I didn't know any of this shit, that he became a precedent-setting case. So much so,
Bro, this guy's
that
using this as a
turns
victory
out,
lap. You can just tell.
Like Tectone, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. His dad was a 5-star pervert, okay? 4-star pervert.
The fact this guy isn't in jail is
Your
crazy.
military
Let
colonel
alone
getting
banned
caught
for life.
Sexual assault is like a CEO getting fired for worker exploitation. Exactly. It's just like it's ridiculous.
Oh, great.
So anyway, I covered that, laughing, joking about it, whatever, right? And he responds and says, "Bro is going after my 75-year-old cancer-ridden dad because of an alleged sexual harassment claim from 17 years ago when I was 15 years old to try to paint me as a rapist. This guy is fucking psychotic. He must be upset because his best friend is on trial right now." And I didn't even understand what he was talking about, but apparently when he meant best friend, I think he was talking about Diddy or something. Like he's trying to say P. Diddy's my best friend. I think that's what it is. I don't know. He's very stupid. So I don't really know what he was trying to imply there. I said, "They got your dad's sex crimes in the congressional record, man. Why are you still chirping?" I mean, I'm sorry, but if you give me an opening like that, you know, what am I supposed to do?
Be a human being?
it's not alleged. Like, not only was he convicted, it wasn't alleged. He was convicted. He went to jail for it, paid a fine for it.
Why are you bringing his dad into it, dude?
And 3 months in prison, or 3 months in jail. But
Be a
also,
normal
on top
human
of that,
being, a morally right person, and don't do that. Crazy, I know. That's not a Hassan thing, obviously, because that dude is a piece of shit through and through.
Talking about
Nepo
Tectone's
baby
dad.
loser.
Do you see Asman leave out the fact that Tectone called his dad a war hero before it got leaked? He was a rapist, and he said that doesn't matter. I didn't see anything because I don't watch.
That doesn't matter.
Asman Gold. When the fuck would I watch? Asman
You can
Gold?
be
I have
two
time
things
to
at
do
once,
Instagram.
guys.
I'm too busy
Like,
touching grass.
you can
playing
have
basketball and shit. Okay?
terrible fucking life in the civil world, and you can have a really great service record. Like, these two are not fucking mutually exclusive.
Don't be mad to the annoying reaction because his dad was a powerful pervert. What are we on today? So yeah, apparently he went live today. And I don't know. You guys were saying he like cried about it or something. And I feel bad. Like I do feel bad on a human to human basis. Like
You can do it.
Like he is a horrible dude. Like Tectone is a horrible dude, but it still makes me feel some type of way when I see someone crying. Like I know I probably shouldn't feel bad, but I kind of do.
He's gonna fuck up my
I mean, he is not a good dude, and seemingly his dad wasn't a good dude either. So maybe I shouldn't feel
Submarines
bad.
are broken, dude.
I don't know. It's hard. He blames.
How'd he even
you.
get there so
Of
fast?
course he's fucking blaming me. That's the only way to get out. That's your get out of jail card. If you're a right-wing reactionary, you could
Right wing, bro. Everybody's right wing to this loser, bro. Holy shit, dude. I'm betting the Pope would be right wing. Holy fuck. Well, the Pope probably is right wing, let's be honest. Bad example.
Discernible politics.
That's the first thing I thought about. Like,
Real tangible
bad
issues
example.
that I care about. It's all reactionary associations. So it's more so about fighting the good fight against someone that they are annoyed by, and that person is me because I'm seen as like the beacon of leftist politics for some reason. And
nobody sees you as the beacon of leftist politics, bro.
literally just like kill a child.
Like, literally nobody.
Turn around and be like,
You ain't no beacon.
Hassan hates that I killed this child, guys.
A beacon leads people to safety. You do the exact fucking opposite.
Killed this child.
There is a big difference.
really know how to feel about it.
Diametrically opposed, one would say.
I obviously feel awful.
I don't know why I have this vibe that really,
So I suppose
really outs the horrible people. I just, you know, it is what it is, I guess. Brother, you are too kind for your own good. This guy spent months harassing Frogan. I don't give a fuck about his fake tears. Imagine being so hated that LSF sides with Hassan over you.
Harassing
Yeah.
Frogan, calling somebody fat,
True.
which is objectively accurate.
I suppose due to this all being resurfaced by Hassan, I suppose I will no longer be interacting with my father
Oh,
in any
sorry.
way, shape, or form on my stream or my account.
Sorry.
I don't get it. He literally had his dad on the stream 2 months ago. What the fuck? Like, and the only reason why I know this, once again, don't watch Tectone clips at all, but the only reason why I know this is because apparently he had his dad on to literally talk shit about me. His dad was talking about, you know, fuck Hassan. That's what he was saying. Now, this isn't something that's resurfaced, bro. You brought it up. You were like, yo, my daddy didn't sexually assault those women so that Hassan could exercise his First Amendment rights in the most inconsistent position you could ever arrive at. You know what I mean?
That is not what he said.
Like, how did I do this? I wasn't even in the United
First
States of
Amendment?
America when his dad was
Terrorist
doing this shit.
propaganda.
How the fuck am I responsible, man?
I mean, I do live in a country where people go to jail for tweets, right?
I don't know.
What do I know? Like, let's be honest.
He was
To be fair, I don't think it's happened here yet.
Brother, man, his dad was reading the chat. That's
But
why he wasn't shitting
we got a
on you.
couple of neighbors.
Brother, he knew about his dad, and he was still fucking having his dad on the stream regardless. What are you talking about? Like, him reading the chat doesn't matter. Well, that's the clip I saw. But here, this is from 2 months ago. Tectone talking about his father's sexual assaults before there was proof versus after he was exposed.
Your father went to jail for the
Yes.
same rape shit. Oh, really?
I needed to hear it
tell
today.
me more, man. Tell me more.
I will tell it. I will turn it off soon.
What else?
Funny tweet about it. This is the most 4K disu archival footage from a congressional hearing. Yeah.
Who'd my dad rape? Oh, by the way, Jones at St. Thomas, I deal with people like this on a daily basis, by the way.
Oh, I know.
Yep.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yep. Who?
True.
5 women in the military accuse your father of rape. Really?
It's public info.
That's crazy. You think so? What else?
I can't. I need to explain to you here.
Shit.
Like, he's over here defending his dad, which, you know, like, I get it. That's your dad, right? It's not the best thing to do. I mean, this is one of those moments where, like, yeah, blood is thicker than water, but, like, this is the type of thing where you're like, okay, that's indefensible. You know what I mean?
He's going to react to his context nuke with friends because he's a giant pussy and doesn't want to do it alone, right? I get that.
He was exposed for sexual assault. Like, he has sexual assault allegations against him from his
Yeah, and they all went away. Funny how that works.
like, he got fired from OTK for that reason. And that's why someone was actually bringing up his dad.
I like how he's like, oh, but he got fired off of OTK over it. Yeah, and so many people got fired for bullshit during me too. What's the point? Like,
Wait, what did his grandfather do? What the hell's going on?
like, what is the point, fellas?
Dad, and then we bring up the dead grandfather. Do we want to talk about my grandfather too, or no? That's why he went to jail discussing about. Really, man? That's interesting. How do you know so much?
Wait, it was in the congressional record, man. I don't understand. It was in the congressional record. Like, what is happening? What is going? It's like, it's not just the public record. Okay?
It's crazy, dude. I fucking hate people. I despise people. I really do. Like, as a rule of thumb, until you show me otherwise, you're probably a piece of shit, right?
In the United States military.
Oh. This is why I don't make relations easy.
What
Like,
does
it's
this mean? I can understand tagging old.
I don't mean like relation. I mean like in the normal sense of the word, not like, oh my god,
Too far.
lovey-dovey.
Like, so
No, I mean like
everyone's
relations with
attacking me
people
for
are
this.
hard
Like,
for
how
me
the- how
because I
is
just
it
don't
my
trust.
fucking
I
fault?
go from the
People
point
are
that
like, bro, you don't take accountability.
you're gonna stab me in the back
What about
at some
you
point.
motherfuckers? I didn't do none of this. What do you think? You think I'm the one? What? Am I the one who hypnotized the guy
Yeah.
into doing what he did? Am I the one who
See?
petitioned, I don't know.
It's just safer to like not
Representative from California 12th District, Jackie Spires,
trust people
from putting into the congressional record
automatically.
in the U.S. House of Representatives a major issue using Tectone's father as a problem within the American military. Like, I didn't do none of this. Republicans always do the same thing, okay?
Now he's a
Conservatives all the
Republican?
time, they go, dude, you know what's worse than racism? You calling it out. You know what's worse than doing sexual assaults and going to jail for it?
This guy's such a tribalist.
Calling
It
it
really,
out.
it
Why
really
would you
annoys
want
me.
attention to it. And it's like,
Everyone's far right.
know
Everyone's a
this shit.
Republican. Like, bro,
you're the one who brought it up.
you're so
You're
fucking
the one bringing
transparent.
that into the conversation to try
It's
to get me
crazy that
fucking
so many
banned.
people don't see it.
You brought your sexual
Like, he's not even
assault
hiding it.
dad
Like,
into the
he's
fucking
being as
combo to be
blunt as he
like,
possibly
"You gotta
can
get
about
mad.
it.
My dad didn't sexually assault those women. in the military so that Hassan could exercise his First Amendment rights. And it's like, all right. Like, what do you want me to do? I didn't know what the fuck your dad was up to. This time next week, he's gonna be tweeting some Christ is King shit, calling it now. I can see that.
Oh, you
How are
gonna
you so
get hit,
all-knowing,
motherfucker?
man?
Come on. Come on, faster.
Tell me more things that I don't know.
Why does everyone who always hates you end up being the biggest creeps? I think it's a target-rich environment online for
Yes, we got one.
creepers. Like that's just the case, right? The internet is already densely populated with this kind of stuff, right? So I think a lot of people find themselves
A lot
of people find themselves on the right, on the right-wing politics side, especially when they're just like, not exactly great people.
Oh, it's a tier 10, that's why. Yo, this is Yamato, bro. It's like just coming straight down the middle. I'm gonna get fucked up.
Because a lot of people's like political framework online especially is so drama focused, and it's not about like issues at all, because it's so drama obsessed, it's so drama focused that like they have presented me as a beacon for progressive politics, for woke, right? For all things woke. And attacking me means like, this is my position. I'm attacking this fucking guy who's woke and he sucks. And it's really stupid because I'm just one fucking person. You know what I mean? I'm not the beacon of left-wing morality. I am not like communist Jesus or anything like that. I'm just a
course, it's a tier 10
content creator, you know? What's funny, this info got out the same day he made a video about you. Yeah. It's just odd. It's odd that like these guys think that they can just like pull the fuck Hassan ripcord.
This guy has such an ego, dude. It's not all about you, bro. Like, it's about what you represent.
That creeps and narcissists really don't fuck with, exactly.
Extremism.
I genuinely didn't know that info until you posted about it, despite being public record. I genuinely think he's too stupid for this theory to be true. You think so? You think he actually didn't know? Anyway. So yeah, apparently now Asmagol's like talking about how he's crying as well. I'm pretty sure he knew, man. Pretty sure he knew. I think he didn't know how public it was. I mean, he went to jail. Why does he think his dad went to jail when he was 15? For like no reason? Like, he went to jail for 90 days. How long will we be accepting donations for? 9 months ago? What is this? My father was diagnosed with cancer 2 weeks ago. He's my best friend and been my role model my whole life. I'm attempting to stay strong and keep it together, but this is very hard to remain consistent. I mean, listen, cancer fucking sucks, okay? And I hope his dad recovers. Like, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not shitting on that at all. Don't say like Fafo for that. You know what I mean? He's a 75-year-old dude. Okay, yeah, he was a freak in his military career. We don't know what he's been up to. You know, we don't know what he's been up to. We don't know what he's been up to. I don't fucking know.
PJ's stream title says, what to do, I'll tell you what not to do. Play World of Warship for the 900th time like a total masochist. It's like asking what to eat, then choosing a bowl of nails. Sad, but very on brand. Tremendously on brand.
He's going to talk about his record or something.
Someone has to be a masochist.
I think any other situation you'd rightfully say get fucked. I mean, I don't know. I think it's a really weird situation because like I know he would never do that. I know he would never extend this kind of grace to someone like myself or
I'm pretty sure
my team, you know,
he uses he uses AI to like come up with these blurbs, bro, because they're so fucking accurate to how he speaks. Like,
it's a good way to farm.
there's no way.
It's a good way to make money. It's a good way to grift. But even then, I don't know. There are, when facing it head on, when seeing it in real time, still makes me feel some type of way. It's hard. You're falling for the crocodile tears, my guy? I'm a little bit of a pussy. You guys know this, okay? You know this. You know this. He's a fucking monstrous piece of shit, okay? Tech is a monstrous piece of shit. He's actually done horrible things, allegedly done horrible things to his close and personal relationships. His output is dog shit. He's a bald ogre sex pest, basically. His output is awful. It's just like he's trying to fucking hold on to whatever crumb of clout that he can get on board with, so we can just like farm.
Maybe, don't know. Probably not.
Really
I'm not really feeling RPGs right now.
Subs and
I might actually try the Game of Thrones mod out for
It still
CKT.
makes me feel kind of bad. Yeah, he also rips into Frogan quite a bit in a really hostile manner, and I hate that shit. It is a real wild moment though, where it's like, I'll be watching the context puke in a little bit. Hold on. We haven't even started it yet. Did he deploy white woman tears? Yeah, he deployed white balding rapist tears. It was a very different technique. You know what's really funny about this, by the way? Like, the internet is so busted. Look at this. Sportskeeda didn't think a song could get any lower. Netizens react as Tectone calls out Hasanapi for going after his cancer-stricken father. Is that what happened, Sportskeeda? Is that what happened? Because I feel like the story here is a little different than the way you're presenting it, you know? The irony here is that, like, I wouldn't have known any of this shit if he didn't put it on my radar. You know what I mean? This motherfucker's been coming after me for months, it seems. He's been coming after me for fucking months. And then the one time I recognize his existence on this planet as being objectively bad, all of a sudden, I'm the bad guy. Like, what do you mean? Anyway. Bald rapist himself. Hasanabi goes off at Tectone by discussing his father's alleged sexual harassment case. It's not alleged! What do you mean? He went to jail! Words mean things! And he didn't say shit when you were at Iron Forge despite throwing shade the few weeks before? Yeah.
Bringing all of this up in an attempt to just smear someone else. Like, unrelated.
My enemies.
It's disgusting.
That's how it usually works. You already know. All right, let's get into it. Israel strikes Yemen airport, but Trump says the U.S. will stop bombing the Houthis. Your haters stand together more than the left. Yeah, I mean, that is the case. Well, this is a crazy, crazy lineup. Congratulations to some of the fucking biggest weirdos online. United. A united front. Okay, so... Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, it's alleged here, but you provide material support to Hamas must be fact, right? Yeah, of course, always. All right. Let's continue. Okay? So, as you guys know, I'm going to do a little bit of news. I'm going to cover a little bit of news. and then I'm gonna get to the actual context nuke, which I was supposed to do. Wait, hold on.
I knew it was a good idea to block the chat out, dude.
Like a real time.
Bro. I knew it was a good idea to block the chat out.
Make a graphic for this.
These people cannot be human,
Okay,
man.
so the Houthis, the Ansar
Dead
Allah
internet
movement,
theory.
the government of Yemen, all right, has been
Nice.
militarily trying to
Get there?
penalize Israel for
Nice.
ongoing
Okay,
genocide
I'm
in
super
Gaza.
broke now.
We will be talking about, I suspect, this exact thing later in the context nuke as well. But they've been doing that. They've been implementing a blockade on ships crossing the Red Sea, seizing ships that are owned by Israelis or commercial vessels that have links to Israel or are going to Israeli ports. And they very successfully actually shut down one of the two major ports in Israel, right? So they've been doing that, but then outside of that, they've also been testing like loiter munitions and also hypersonic missiles and numerous other missiles that they have been launching in the direction of Israel as well, because Israel is of course shown every single state actor and every single non-state actor in the region that they only back away.
We're almost
when they
there,
are met with
boys.
Force. Okay, this in and of itself has been demonstrated with the way that Israel has retaliated back in an incredibly restrained manner when it comes to a country like Iran, as opposed to how Israel has retaliated to Lebanon, southern Lebanon, against Hezbollah, which has been incredibly violent, an incredibly bloody affair, and of course, Gaza. The Gaza Strip that Israel is the belligerent.
I will
occupier
never
of
ever
has
play
been
this garbage again.
completely
Oh, I
reduced
hated
to
it so
rubble
much.
because they are the most vulnerable. They have the least amount of power and military capability to resist against Israeli bombing campaigns, and that is precisely the reason why they get punished the worst. So the Houthis, who have been struck by Israel, by the way, on their civilian airport in Sana'a in the past, returned the favor yesterday or 2 days ago. They struck the Tel Aviv airport, the Ben Gurion airport in Tel Aviv. Now, that airport, just like the Sana'a
Wow,
airport,
I have only... Wait, what?
a civilian airport, but it of course has military cargo as well.
I don't have any I don't have any rear guns.
Regard. But the reason why the Ansar Allah movement did this, or at least their statements as to why they were doing this, is because
Crazy.
for two whole months now, Israel has denied humanitarian aid into Gaza. Gaza is at the precipice of famine. There are children. I believe 52 is the number of children that have died so far due to famine directly. Okay, it's been more than 2 months at this point, and it's gruesome. It's barbaric. It's very obviously a war crime. It is a genocide. So the Ansar Allah movement came out and said, we are going to make it so that Israel cannot maintain. We're shutting off the Israeli airspace, like civilian airspace. Okay, that's what they said, because Israel has been shutting off humanitarian aid in Gaza. We are going to shut off the Israeli airspace, and it worked. It actually worked in terms of like civilian and commercial airliners not coming into Ben Gurion Airport, at least for the next week. A lot of the commercial flights that were going into the Ben Gurion Airport have canceled the flights, and they are no longer flying in. Hold on,
So weird.
let me also show you the Ansar Allah statement really quickly.
Weird,
Ryan
very,
Grimm
very,
posted
very
about
weird.
it. Yeah, here it is. Yemen's military announces that
Like,
in response
what's
to
that thing
Israel's
gonna
plan to
do?
expand its operations in Gaza, the Yemenis will work to impose a comprehensive air
What?
blockade on Israel by targeting the country's airports and ask that
What the
all
fuck?
airlines
Oh my god, I'm gonna hate this more than the
stop
Amagi, I
Israel
already
for its
know.
own safety. Ryan Grimm said, according to Israel, as quoted in the New York Times today, it is legal to block food from a population and bar them from traveling. It's not, by the way, but Israel says it is. Yemen now says it will shut down all air traffic into Israel in response to Israel shutting off all ground, air, and sea traffic into Gaza. So this is their retaliation.
Pretty deep.
You believe, as does every single humanitarian rights organization, as the members of the UN, as most of the planet with a heart, mind, and soul, that Israel is doing a genocide. It is understandable that there would be military resistance against that genocide, right? That's what has happened historically in the past. No matter how brown or scary or Muslim they might be, these are the guys that are trying to do anything they can to stop Israel from continuously killing Palestinian children. Okay? Israel, of course, returned the favor by doing what Israel does, the Dahiyya Doctrine, which is to punish the entire civilian population with a severe escalation of force, of military force. They pummeled, according to my on-the-ground sources. I don't know what Channel 4's coverage looks like, but I was talking to some people that I got direct feedback from.
Notice he never names them.
The Sanaa airport was targeted, seemingly rendered inoperable. There's not a confirmation for that yet. The Umran cement factory north of Sanaa was also targeted, which is a clear pattern forming, since they also struck the Bajul cement factory in Hodeidah, the country's largest cement factory. So they're basically hitting civilian infrastructure deliberately with the hopes of destroying the country's capabilities of rebuilding. You would not hit a cement factory for any other reason, right? And the reality of the matter is Israel doesn't even need to give a reason. They don't even need to say that they have weapons there, right? Like, they don't even need to say, like, oh, it's actually a weapons depot that we struck accidentally or anything like that, right? They're just deliberately targeting. They are deliberately targeting areas that are of commercial importance and areas that, or segments of industry that are important for everyday existence for the civilians. It's like, it's terrorism. But that's how Israel operates all the time.
This shoots way faster than I thought it would. Holy shit.
Anyway, here is
the muzzle velocity is way higher.
Israeli airstrikes this afternoon. The civilian terminal was blown apart with planes burning on the tarmac. We are so used to the death and destruction brought about by Israel that these kinds of images, if returned, for the record, considering that there is now military capability in the region to do this to Israel, I need you to think how you would feel, or how Israel would behave if this image was coming directly out of the Ben Gurion airport. Not the first time Israel has struck Sanaa. If you recall, a couple months prior, Israel actually struck Sanaa, the Sanaa airport, when the World Health Organization's president was in
What we do in life echoes in eternity, and I will have my vengeance in this life or the next.
Think about that. They struck the civilian airport with the fucking World Health Organization's leader in the airport. Anyway, maybe there were Houthi command centers below. Yeah, exactly. Israel is on our side. They must have had a good reason to do this. Bro, we don't even have a good reason to do this. What are you talking about? It's just bullshit. Yeah, they blasted the Hodeidah port too. They're hitting civilian infrastructure in a way to cripple the entire population, in a way to harm the entire population. They are not interested in striking.
The gun sounds nice though, damn.
Israel never simply strikes military positions. Their goal always is to spread the pain, okay? Their goal has always been, consistently, to spread the pain across the board to every single civilian. Every single time. And the only time when they don't do that is if the force that they are matching has the capabilities of also returning the favor. Think about what they did in Lebanon. Think about how much they bombed southern Lebanon. They bombed the shit out of southern Lebanon aggressively in an effort to decapitate the entire leadership structure of Hezbollah, which not only is a militant group, but is also directly a part of the Lebanese parliament. Okay, it's a political party. They have affairs in civil governance. They did an act of terrorism that was so insane that the former CIA head from the Obama era came out and was like, what are you guys saying? This is a severe war crime. This is a severe
that one's gonna hurt.
That will completely disrupt the way we do
Nope,
global
I got
trade.
lucky.
With their beeper attack, intercepting commercial use items and packaging it with explosives is an act of terror that a state committed, and it has been celebrated openly. People say James Bond shit when talking about this, but they don't understand what this means, right? They don't understand how damaging this is. Leon Panetta understands how damaging this is because he's the former head of the CIA. He's like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? This was completely unacceptable. They blew up the faces of children, chat. They blew up pagers in the markets, disrupting regular use.
I hate all this whataboutism. Yeah, they're shit too.
And the supply chain
Yeah.
to booby
Two things can be true at the same time.
to booby trap beavers is completely illegal. It is like a war crime worse than
31,000
using
damage.
fucking,
Jesus.
what do you call it?
Ow.
A fire blower is what I was gonna say. What the hell is the? I'm forgetting the name now. Oh my god.
That was a painful hit.
It's like worse than. I mean, it's worse than napalm. It's worse than flamethrowers. Yeah, it's worse than white phosphorus even. And the reason why I say that, because Israel still uses white phosphorus all the fucking time, which is also a direct war crime. But it's worse than that because
Everyone
it's
uses
such
white
an
phosphorus.
incredibly
The Americans
dangerous
use that too.
precedent. It has the capacity.
They use it as smoke screens for some
Flavor
reason.
is returned back to Israel or anywhere else. It has the capacity to completely destroy everything, like destroy global trade in general. I said fire blower. Anyway, here, this is what the firefighter said. This is a civilian airport. Where's the military? This is a civilian airport. What fault do civilians have? Then they need to travel for medical treatment. The entire Yemeni people are going abroad for treatment because of this bombing. This is barbaric. But I am sending a message to Saeed Abdul Malik al-Houthi and Yemeni armed forces. Bomb Tel Aviv. Bomb the airport. Destroy the airport. Yes to the air blockade of Israel. And don't cry over anything in the occupied territories. They're going to kill this guy and be like, he was a terrorist. Look, see, he's a bomb Tel Aviv. That is correct. Dude, Yemeni people, I will say this, okay? If you have ever met a Yemeni person, you know what the fuck that dude's talking about. They are some of the most resilient people I've ever fucking encountered in my entire life, okay? They are a different breed, I will say. They are a different fucking breed, dude. And it does not matter what their political opinions are across the board. Like, I know some Yemeni dudes who live in the United States of America. They're not Shia. They're not Zaidi Shia.
I might pick
They're
that
not
up if
part
I
of the
backs it out.
family. And they live here, so, you know, you can make inferences off
Almost
of
over there, right?
what their political perspective might look like. And yet,
Because I don't care, then.
they are all firmly behind the Ansar Allah movement, regardless of what their positions might have been during the internal conflict that was taking place, egged on by Saudi Arabia and the UAE, backed by our unlimited funds, targeting systems, and weapons. Okay?
Can I even get it to 8 without paying?
They are incredibly, incredibly resilient people. New reporting from Dropsite, Yemenis saying they will not, Yemenis after waves of massive Israeli bombings over 2 days, striking more than 20 times across 10 sites today alone. We will not leave Gaza. We will not leave Gaza. We will not abandon Gaza. Even if all of Yemen is wiped out, let nuclear weapons come. We will not leave Gaza. We will not leave Gaza.
It's go time.
Nice freeze frame. Not unhinged at all.
Anyway.
I'm an equal opportunity ass kicker.
Do Yemeni unks stand on business? They are generally very chill and easygoing. I had a lot of Yemeni friends growing up in Saudi Arabia. Yeah. It's hard. It's hard to look at this and then think like these guys are playing around. They're not. They're not fucking playing around. This is, remember, chat, this is the poorest nation on the fucking planet. Okay? The poorest nation on the planet. Why do Yemeni rise so hard for Palestine? It feels like they're the only ones. Why do you think? Yemen has been disrupted by Western imperialism in perpetuity. So obviously, they feel some type of way about
It's always the imperialists.
America, and by extension, America's most significant attack dog in the
They
region.
love their buzzwords, bro. It's a fucking religious conflict, dude. There's nothing
Has historically always felt some
at
type of
these
way
days
about
fairly
Israel.
little to do with imperialism. Maybe 80 years ago.
Yeah. The question you must ask yourself is, why did Mandela? Why did Fidel Castro? Why did they also always show support? Why did Cuba show support to the ANC? That's it.
Isn't Mandela a literal scientist?
The reality is that victims of Western imperialism,
As in,
victims
he
of
thought
Western Empire, victims
he
of Western imperialism,
he was in favor of Israel's
have
self-determination?
always created a network of support with very little power that they have. With the little amount of power and influence and support that they can show, they still try to do whatever they can. America considers this the axis of evil. But as Americans, considering that we live in the bountiful, liberal, democratic country of the United States of America, we can make up our own minds, I think, about imperialism and whether or not these guys are the axis of evil or if we are the axis of evil.
Look at him. He has the same accuracy that we do.
Promised rolling retaliatory
Go fuck yourself.
capital of Yemen continued this afternoon. Earlier, the IDF had warned people to leave the area
I gotta
around the
pee.
main airport in Sana'a. Then this.
Fucking bitch.
According to witnesses, there were 4 strikes. Targets included the runway, departures hall, and a military air base under Houthi control. Whoa! Whoa!
10 points if you get where that's
The
from.
weekend, a Houthi missile landed near Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv. The Iranian-backed group say they're trying to impose an aerial blockade on Israel, targeting its airports in response to plans to expand IDF operations in Gaza. As the
I forgot it's a
White House
destroyer. I should have shot it like
today, Benjamin Netanyahu
whatever.
reported this statement from the military control center.
Today, our aircraft attacked the airport in Sana'a, an airport that enables the terrorist army and the aerial access.
It's like, think about it this way, right?
That facilitates the launch
Even
of
if
missiles against us.
what Hassan was saying was 100% accurate and 100% true,
Today's strikes come a day after
why would you bomb them?
in Yemen was also
You're just gonna invite
the US
them to bomb you back way worse because they've got way better shit than you.
international shipping attacked in the Red Sea. A few hours ago, with the airport still
Oh, let's fire some missiles. Oh, they shit, they threw their military at us. Oh, well, we're a fucking
Houthis had
a
given up
landscape.
the fight.
We're a blasted landscape now.
We had some very good
Oops.
news last night. The Houthis have announced that they are not. They've announced to us at least that they don't want to fight anymore. They just don't want to fight, and we will honor that.
Like, no, let's fire a missile at a civilian airport. That'll work.
The bombings.
Let's do what Israel does,
They have capitulated.
Is there a
according to
deal?
them.
Did Israel get the memo? We'll see. It all brings us back to Gaza, of course, the reason for the Houthis' attacks. If they are capitulating, it's not because the Israeli position has suddenly softened. They may have found hundreds of thousands of Gazans forcibly moved to the south strip and a new, much broader...
I cannot believe that Operation Protect Amazon Prime has once again come to a close. Well, better luck next time, I guess. You know what would really make this better? You know what would make me feel better? Bombing Yemen again. You know, when you get bored, you bomb Yemen. That's what you got to do. If you're an American president,
fuck up my hair.
If you're an American president, what you have to do is bomb Yemen. It's like, it's just a part of the process. You know, you just have to bomb it a little bit. You know, a little bit. Obama did it. Trump did it. Trump's first action was literally a strike team in Yemen, sending a strike team in Yemen that actually failed. The operation that was like incredibly bloody for no reason. Joe Biden did it. Trump did it again. He's doing it right now. Yeah, they're calling it Operation It'll Work This Time.
I'm shooting terribly though. God damn. I do feel like a stormtrooper a little bit.
Why do you rightfully condemn
New ships always fuck me up, dude. Like the muzzle velocity on this one is way higher and it's really throwing me off.
Explain to me.
Or it feels like it anyway.
Action? I like that dudes will do the double genocide theory while one side is doing a genocide and the other side is resisting. Do you think that the American government and the Allied forces were doing genocide to the Germans and the Italians, the fascists? Do you think that's what World War II looked like? Were both sides doing genocide?
No. Like, literally not. Like... No? Wait, what is this point? I missed context, I guess.
Were doing genocide to the Germans in World War II.
What's this guy's point? I'm confused now. I probably missed what he was reacting to something, I guess.
Anyway, let's continue.
Deeper military offensive. The hope in Gaza is that this plan is an extreme negotiating position by Israel and that it's no accident it was announced just before Trump's visit to the Middle East next week. Part of the reported Israeli plan, a limited number of aid distribution points administered by military contractors designed to get the population to move. Cue universal condemnation from aid agencies.
Clearly, this is something which is extremely concerning. We have to imagine that population has to actually go to military zones or zones controlled by the military to get humanitarian aid. We understand that there will be facial recognition systems that could be used. You cannot use humanitarian aid as a bait or a way to attract population to certain areas.
Donald Trump has alluded to a big announcement ahead of his trip to the Middle East next week. What will it be? Is it even related to Gaza? And if it is, what difference will it make to the people in the queues desperate for food?
Oh, is this guy still alive?
Avivi, who previously served in the Israeli Defense Forces and founded the
Yeah, I got it. I'm going to show that too. So, from what I understand, by the way, here's Jordan Fabian, White House editor for Bloomberg News. In a subsequent interview with Bloomberg News, Mohammed al-Bukhaiti, a member of the Houthi political council, said the group's operations in the Red Sea and Israel will not stop regardless of the consequences until the end of the aggression on Gaza and the blockade on its people. So Donald Trump is doing the thing that he did with Xi Jinping, where he's like, I talked to the Yemenis, they're great people, they're gonna stop it. They're gonna stop it. I told them I'm bombing them so good. And they said, Mr. President, you have the best bombs. You have scared us. You have scared us into submission, Mr. President. And the Yemenis are like, no. The Yemeni political council is like, no, what the fuck are you talking about? No, we're just, I mean, sure, okay, great. Thank you for no longer bombing us, I guess. But we're going to keep going. I think the only thing that the Ansar Allah movement has been talking to America about was the fact that they were not going to they were going to continue disrupting shipping, but they would not attack American Navy assets. They said, I remember a couple weeks prior to this, they said that they would stop attacking American Navy vessels as long as America stops bombing Yemen. But they never said that they would stop bombing or stop the disruption of commercial shipping that's going to Israel or is related to Israel. Everything that they're doing against Israel's genocide will continue, is what they said. Yemen's operations have been and continue to be in support of Gaza, aiming to stop the aggression and allow the entry of aid. Our operations against the American warships are a response to the U.S. aggression that seeks to halt Yemen's support for Gaza. Yeah, that's it. They're saying they will not stop disrupting commercial shipping, but they will. Oman didn't lie. Is Trump lying? Trump is lying. Do you understand? Trump is trying to look for a W here, and basically the only W he can get out of it is that Yemen says they won't hit the Navy vessels. They won't hit the Navy vessels of the United States of America. They never said that they won't target ships that are headed, commercial shipping that is headed towards Israel. Okay.
Oh, like the boat with the Filipino guys on it that wasn't going to Israel, nor did it come from Israel, nor did it have Israelis on board.
This is no different than when Donald Trump came out and talked about how Xi Jinping is begging to call me. He's begging to call me. Xi wants me. He wants me bad. He wants me real bad. That's it. That's what this is. Please call me Xi. Following recent discussions and contacts conducted by the Sultanate of Oman with the United States and the relevant authorities in Sana'a in the Republic of Yemen, with the aim of de-escalation, efforts have resulted in a ceasefire agreement between the two sides. In the future, neither side will target the other, including American vessels in the Red Sea and Bab al-Mandab Strait, ensuring freedom of navigation and the smooth flow of international commercial shipping. The Sultanate of Oman expresses its gratitude to both parties in their constructive approach that led to this welcome outcome and hopes that it will lead to further progress on many regional issues towards achieving justice, peace, and prosperity for all. Neither side will target the other, including American vessels in the Red Sea. I think when they say American vessels, they're talking about the American Navy vessels and not commercial shipping.
Holy shit, how did that fucking hit? And a Citadel too, I sank his ass. Holy fuck. I did not expect that. That was just like a YOLO shot right at the end. I thought I was gonna miss, bro.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Did I miss the context nuke reaction? No, I'm gonna start it at 1. I wanted to do, obviously, the real news first because this is pretty fucking important. But yes, so important context.
Oh,
the Houthis have made it clear that they will not use the Red Sea maritime.
I was waiting too, goddammit. Could have waited longer.
If the US stopped
I'm dead.
Yemen. Ansar Allah said it's coordinating its operations with the Palestinian resistance. Also,
Wow.
Ansar Allah capitulated and doesn't want to fight. This is clearly false. Ansar Allah has made it clear it will not cease until the blockade is lifted against Gaza and that it will take its lead from the Palestinian resistance forces on the ground in Gaza. Mohammed al-Bukaiti confirms Ansar Allah's position following Trump's remarks. This is exactly what Bukaiti told Dropsite News on April 10th when we first reported the offer.
So
by
fucked
Ansar
by
Allah.
it.
This is where I got that information from. On April 10th, they said if America ceases to bomb, if America stops its bombing campaign in Sana'a, in Yemen in general, we will stop bombing American Navy vessels. And in that process, by the way, in the process of Yemen bombing American drones, like blowing up American drones and attacking American naval ships, remember, they literally got a F-18, okay? They got numerous scalps. They took out 21 MQ-9 Reaper drones, 30 million a pop. They even were able to put a number on the board for fucking an F-18 fighter jet. 22 now, apparently. I thought it was 21. 22 jets.
It really surprises me how serious some people take this game, bro. Holy shit. That guy was super fucking triggered, dude.
When the aircraft carrier was trying to do an evasive maneuver, where an F-18
It's only a game. Why you have to be mad?
Holding it, both fell off the side of the ship.
I noticed, meanwhile, that his clan friend didn't say jack, dude. It's probably like, oh my god, you're so embarrassing, bro. Please be quiet.
MQ-9 Reaper drones.
So funny, dude.
Yes, there was a couple months prior. I don't even remember if it was under Trump or under Brandon, where although the Houthis do not even have a fucking air force, they have like one super old plane that they bring out in ceremonies or whatever. The American Navy actually ended up dropping one of their own planes. The American Navy ended up dropping one of their own planes. The jets themselves are like 60 to 80 million a pop.
So
the MQ-9 Reaper drones are 30 million a pop. Okay, $30 million a piece. Yeah, here, this is what I'm talking about. The U.S., this was 4 months ago, or this was on December 2024, okay? So under the Brandon leadership, U.S. shot down 2 of its own Navy pilots over the Red Sea in an apparent friendly fire incident. Pilots recovered alive.
Notice he still doesn't want to talk about the context, Duke. Like, this guy is such a fucking coward, bro.
On the F-A-18.
So funny.
So they dropped, on accident, another F-18. Under the Trump administration, Trump restarted Operation Prosperity Guardian and greatly escalated the attacks on civilian infrastructure in Yemen, okay? And in that process, during evasive maneuvers on an aircraft carrier, they dropped one of the F-18s into the water. Or at least that was the claim.
It's always very trustworthy to use Twitter as your source, especially if that source also has comments
Both of
locked.
the 2 major U.S. aircraft carriers deployed to the Red Sea are 1,000 kilometers away from the nearest Yemeni shore. They've lost multiple MQ-9 Reaper drones every week since March. They've lost 2 F-18 fighter jets, 1 to alleged friendly fire, and the other slipping off the ramp and into the bottom of the sea. They've lost like 4 Navy SEAL frogmen to fuck all, and with every bomb they've ever dropped, the immediate local response has always been, we will never abandon Gaza. A statement repeated every single Friday when millions of Yemenis take to the streets to reaffirm their loyalty to Palestine. Now, the question is simple. There have been moments.
There's definitely a destroyer in front of us.
There have been moments where Yemen has stopped
already. Wonderful.
its disruptive operations, stopped its disruption and halting of commercial shipping. The only time when they've done so is during ceasefires. So clearly, America has the option of reining Israel in and telling Israel, don't do this genocide any longer. It takes one fucking phone call.
That's true.
And both administrations so far,
You're not
both
wrong.
the Brandon administration and the Trump administration, have looked at that dynamic
You're not
and
wrong.
said, on the one hand, I can make one
But I see a
phone
Twitter
call,
post with locked comments, I immediately discount it. Right? I don't even care if it's correct or not.
Let Israel keep doing a genocide, keep killing Palestinian children over and over and over again every single day with our weapons, with our taxpayer funds, okay, with our munitions.
That's true.
Stop those who are trying to put an end to this genocide.
But there's
by bombing
dead giveaways.
additional
Locking
targets.
comments is one of them.
It's incredible. One phone call versus another multiple billion-dollar operation where you kill a shit ton of civilians in Yemen now, directly. It makes no sense. It is so ridiculous that even the American conservative journal was like, please stop bombing Yemen. What the fuck are we doing?
Oh, gas, gas, gas.
The ink on the agreement hasn't even dried yet, and MAGA already got their talking points.
Speed, motherfucker, speed!
Vietnam was pointless and we lost. There were no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Afghanistan was a waste, and we gained nothing from any of those wars. Saudi Arabia has nuclear weapons, and the 19 terrorists from 9/11 were all Saudis. Did we go to war with them? No.
It's crazy, dude. Hassan puts on a southern accent, and suddenly he sounds actually more intellectual. I didn't know that was possible.
Pakistan and China have nukes as well. I love this kind of shit coming from the Republicans, by the way, because that means Asmongold is inevitably also going to repeat this kind of perspective. And he will find himself saying, yeah, based, when talking about Yemen and how peaceful they have been, you know?
Folks, PJ is out here playing World of Warships, getting torpedoed, raging the whole thing.
I'm not raging yet.
We were told
still
Putin
says
was going to
just
sweep across
chatting.
Europe.
Yeah, it's because we're still walking on.
With what trauma, misery? It's a war zone, not a coffee shop. Total disaster.
We've been
but
told
very
Iran is on the verge of having nuclear weapons at any moment for as long as I can remember. People just don't care.
It is just chatting, though. Like, sure, we're blowing shit up, but we're listening to a stream, we're having a conversation. I'm in the right here, my friend.
But what has directly affected Americans and people I know is the cartel's constant flow of drugs into every single city in America, and cartel crime and murder. I have never seen a Houthi, nor has anyone else.
Done, you bitch.
But what everyone knows is that for some reason we don't attack the real enemy that kills Americans every single day: Mexicans. No, we have to run off and bomb some country somewhere else in the world because we are told they are the bad guys, even though they never did anything directly to Americans like the cartels have. Let's invade Mexico, please, instead of invading countries over there. I would love to bomb Mexico. It's so funny for her to say this because, like, she's literally doing that, but this time for Mexico and Mexicans. Okay, where she's like, she's like, why are we bombing the Houthis? We should be bombing Mexico, and it's you know, we've been told that these guys are our enemies, but the real enemy is the Mexicans. And it's like, no, you're telling people the enemy is Mexicans. If you want to fucking disrupt the cartel, undermine the American State Department, okay? Like, in your fantasies, what? You're gonna start fucking using Reaper drones on the cartel. Okay, fine. You're gonna kill a bunch of CIA agents and a bunch of DEA agents. On the one side, you got the DEA. On the other side, you got the CIA. You have special forces operatives. You're killing them all. You're killing a bunch of... You're gonna find out that you've killed a...
I think that thing's going way too fast.
...of American assets in the process, okay?
Yeah, there's no way.
But of course, that's not what their intention is. Their intention is
Let's go.
Some kind of justification to fucking invade Mexico because they're insane.
Say hello to my little friend.
Oops, I cannot believe it. I did not realize how many of the cartels were actually completely controlled by the CIA, with many actual DEA agents and CIA agents working with...
I think Hassan's the only guy that can do a southern accent, and it makes him sound more intelligent. It's funny. Ooh, nice heat. Damn.
DEA, these things confuse me.
I already like this way more than the fucking Amagi, dudes. Like, damn.
Trump going into de-escalation with the Houthis is good. I don't know if he's being honest about that because I feel like...
oh, damn, he's going way faster now.
One phone call and be like, what the fuck are you doing?
Shit, that's all I'm gonna miss. Just need one hit, though. Oh, no! I needed two. Shit.
Yeah. This is an old statistic from March 17th, 2025. This is quite a statistic. The U.S. Navy has used more missiles for air defense, in air quotes, since combat operations against the Houthi naval blockade in the Red Sea.
Right? Yeah.
In October 2023.
But joke's on him, it made him sound bitter.
Since Operation Desert Storm in the 1990s. In 15 months, the Navy fired more air defense missiles than it did in the last 30 years. So tell me, You can keep saying these guys are terrorists, this or that, but you have to have a real reason for it. And you cannot say something that they've done that Israel has done 1,000,000 times over. Okay? Is it worth it? Has this been worthwhile? Is this a worthwhile endeavor? I don't think so. Especially because on the other side, it's not like these are unreasonable people. Very clearly, there is something that the American government could do here.
Oh, he said Amagi.
To get Israel
My bad.
to stop killing Palestinian children. If Israel were to stop doing its genocide,
It's because I was in the Amagi for the longest time. I'm in the Izumo now. My bad.
Shipping in the past,
I felt spoken to.
They will stop disrupting commercial shipping. They will stop overtaking ships if they are going to Israeli ports. Okay? It makes no sense. Anyway, let me see if I can find a...
Generally, that's kind of my state of being as well. It's like, do I care? Maybe a little bit, but can I care a lot? No, I can't, man. I can't. I got way too many problems down here. Right? There's way too much issues that we gotta focus on here before we can focus on anyone else in the first place. We can't even keep our own house in order, let alone someone else's.
On the left-hand side of the campaign dashboard, you'll find the branding tab. Okay, hold on. You'll find the branding tab. From there, you can create overlay using the default template. Okay. Branding.
Oh my god, I suck.
Where the heck? Okay.
Nice.
How do I? Okay, save changes. Is this good? Military, can UAE alone defeat Israel? My Emirati friends
That's gonna hurt.
tells me Turkish people knows how powerful the UAE is. The UAE military is funded by the Turkish military. Okay, dude. I am very, very worried that today is the day where my career is finally going to come to a close.
We could only hope.
Once you guys catch wind, okay? Once you guys catch wind,
I'm fucked.
That really pisses me off.
What the hell is this? Raise the charging goal. Okay. Header. Featured media. Nope. About milestones. Sorry, I know this is annoying, but I have to do this real quick. I apologize. I just have to quickly make this. Wait. Oh, I haven't created an overlay. Classic overlay.
Oh no!
Good.
I wanted to turn it off. Fuck myself. Yep. I pressed the wrong button.
Box is fine, I guess. Okay, this is fine. Okay, let's do it. Let's do the overlay.
This really
Here.
pisses me off.
Browser. I'm putting studio mode first. Browser. Okay. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Guess we'll do this.
This is a force to be reckoned with.
Put it right here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I basically killed myself there because I pressed that button. I really did.
Boom. There it is, folks. There it is. There it is. And then put it on the full cam as well. Boom. We did it. Oops, no, not that one. Okay. All right, this is a good.
I kinda wish I had my bonuses on. Oh, I did have my bonus on. Perfect. Okay.
Okay, pack watch. It's time. This isn't junk food, by the way. I think that in this process, you guys will find a bunch of instructive, informative talking points. I feel like reacting to this is probably a lot.
Sorry. He's gonna rewatch. He's supposedly gonna watch the content Nuke and react to it like a month after it came out, because you know
is most likely going to be a
he's totally not a pussy at all.
Considering that I have the capabilities of pausing, inserting my own clips if I choose to do so, it will most likely be an infinitely more productive process than trying to have a debate. Because these are all
because you suck at the debates.
that he has with me.
Bro, he's wearing some Texas nonsense.
And this is
like he looks like an idiot. I mean, he does that normally, but more so.
This is what he thinks if I show to my stream will end my career. Now, I don't want the fan channels to upload this footage because I would like to upload it myself. I normally don't ask for this, but this is the one time where I will. Okay? Content nuke.
I don't know why I did that. I just rolled cigarettes. What the fuck?
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado.
Look, exquisite. Oh, you can't see it. We're in the Izimo. This ship is fucking weird. Look at it. What the fuck? What the fuck?
The content nuke.
I'm doing way more damage than I do with Magi though, so it's all good.
Okay.
PJ, we have a serious problem. There's some loudmouth jackass yapping in the top right corner of the screen. I tune in for naval combat, not Hassan's TED Talk.
It's coming.
What is this? World of Warships or World of Woke? Hit the mute button. PJ, do it for America.
He's gonna come later. I told him to come later.
It's drama, bro. Oh, he's bringing on items as well. That's so funny, dude. I can't imagine being IDOPS and just destroying your career to glaze some content creator that then immediately throws you under the bus and then still come on his stream a day later. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. How much of a cuck can you be, dude? That's crazy. This song sucks. What are these lyrics? They don't even rhyme. You tried, I guess. You know. Like, so cringe. Okay, I can't listen to this. This is so cringe. I have like shame for the guy that made that. That's my problem when I watch this stuff, dude. I've like, how do you call it? Is there like a word for that?
Are you serious? This is torture. You're torturing me and everyone else watching. Wait.
In a good way.
Let me blast off. Context nuke reaction begins now.
This is what we're here for, because you know it's gonna be all ad hominems, deflections, like none of it's gonna make any fucking sense.
Actually called himself the legend future teller. Yes, I know. It made it even funnier.
Indeed.
He then also turned around.
Secondhand embarrassment. There it is. Yeah. As plots vervangende schaamte. How the fuck do I translate that shit?
The content nuke itself is long. Okay. It's called the content nuke. I call it the context nuke. I've called it the content puke in the past, but I feel like it's the context nuke. Now, I have
destroyers.
I've yet to watch this thing in its entirety, as you guys know. Famously, I chose not to. And, you know, the reason why I'm doing it now is because Ethan, in his endless conquest to destroy anything and everything that people hold near and dear to them, for the simple crime of criticizing Ethan lightly, gently, or aggressively, as a matter
lightly,
of fact.
bro, your community. Never mind. I'm just whatever.
Perpetually claiming that he is the
whatever
victim of unjustifiable attacks by many parties. All of them were fans of his.
Oh, he guaranteed watched it beforehand. There's no way he won't. He'll have like clips ready and everything.
And content creator collaborators of his, whether it be iDubbbz or even someone like myself. As you guys know, I had a podcast with him for 3 years that ended after October 7. But I'll let him tell that story in a second. But the reason why I chose to watch this is because I wanted to fundraise for iDubbbz's charity that was under attack. iDubbbz will explain.
That's another thing. It's not under attack, dude. It's just a massive failure, right?
Him and Anissa basically
like the fucking boss of the charity event
that they had put together
made some bullshit fucking hit piece on somebody. People started dropping out over that, and now it's all of a sudden the guy he made the hit piece on is fault. It doesn't work that way, guys.
Productions, and also another fighter, Harley, also dropped out because he was upset and offended that Ian and iDubbbz had dared to criticize Ethan. So, I wanted to use the full strength of this community to do something good.
This is like such... Okay, this is a massive misrepresentation, by the way. They left because all of a sudden this fun boxing charity event is linked to fucking Israel-Palestine. That's why they left. They want to have nothing to do with that shit, okay? This is so crazy, bro. The glazing and the lying is so insane.
So thank you, Ethan Klein.
There was a literal tweet about the exact reason why some of these people left.
Your path of death
and he just
destruction
ignores that completely.
Is hopefully leading to something that is good ultimately. All right. Yeah, all of the,
and then now, those two creators, right? iDubbbz and his wife. All of a sudden, they're out of the organization. Oh, we got nothing to do with it after we fucking tanked it, right? That has to be illegal somehow, dude. Like, that's fucking crazy. How is that not in any way, shape, or form, like, fraudulent? And I'm not saying it is. I'm just asking how it's not. Because it seems very, very sussy. Yeah, but it doesn't seem legal to do. Like first you tank an event by your own stupidity, and then you like shove other people with the bag, and have them be holding the bag at the end. Is that legal? That seems massively fraudulent to me. But I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, right? But it sounds disgusting. This is so fucking annoying. Can't hit nothing. Stupid islands.
So far, so good. Prologue. Why am I making this?
Oh, hi there.
That's me. He's watching me play Marvel Rivals in the background. Okay,
me,
cool.
your old friend.
I'm so fucked.
It's been a while since
Damn
we
it.
last spoken. This is gonna fuck up my hair.
Oh my god, it did a lot of damage. 15,000! Fuck. Was I hit already?
75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys too. Actually talking about there was an LA meeting that's today in Texas. Someone should bomb. Oh yeah, and I got a tattoo also, so I'm cool like that now. Left or right, I always thought that despite our differences,
Yeah.
there was one thing we could all agree on. And what was that? That we love America and everything she stands for. Mom and Dad and apple pie. Sure, there's plenty to criticize and endless things to improve, but I thought it was about making a more perfect union, not tearing it down. The thing is, there's something kind of scary brewing in America. Communism. That's America. That's America too.
Bro, I hate these fucking maps, bro.
I started to show a couple of years
God,
ago.
it's so
my
annoying.
acquaintance, Hassan Piker. You might remember him from...
Yeah, by the way, I do want to point out something here. This is January 31st,
sad.
2025
People can't debate
was when this
anymore,
video
I know,
was
because
released.
I'm a great debater. I am.
January
but these
31st,
YouTube celebs, they are
2025.
cringe.
Yeah, I just
They are bad. They
Um,
make facts up. They slander. And
I
they
ripped
even
it.
believe
I
it
ripped it already.
themselves.
Wow.
Just like PJ.
Gotta do it.
Wow.
For the one time.
Wow.
There
Wow.
was something brewing
Wow.
in the United States of America at that point. Do you want to know why I say this? I point out the date. Because the thing that was brewing in America was not communism. I know he's trying to make a joke. Right? He's, I think, trying to make a joke. But we were already deep into the insanity
Got him.
of the Donald Trump
Baby.
Burger Reich administration. At this point, I was in Japan, escaping the fascist administration rising to power. But at this point, it had been 11 days since Elon Musk had dropped the
What a retard.
Sig Heil twice at inauguration. Okay? We're 11 days into Donald Trump. And the reason why I point this out is because I suspect, regardless of the fact that I didn't watch Context Nuke, but I am very familiar with Ethan's commentary on the matter. The reason why I mention this is because Ethan has a lot of issues with figuring out his priorities. Because a lot of
Yeah. I saw that clip, dude. I really didn't think it was a Sig Heil. I think the guy is just a retard and a little spastic.
Like he's a fighter against anti-Semitism.
Like he's so awkward every time he does anything at all. I just think it came across badly.
Things like that. He's a fighter against extremism on all sides. And yet,
Not a fan of Elon Musk myself either.
to spend his time on betrays that idea, betrays that value, that first principle that he's operating off of. Because if you're freaking out about anti-Semitism on the rise, I would assume that you probably wouldn't make an entire video and use your previously unused platform.
Hey,
to
good
attack
hit.
Your former podcast
Not good enough,
who
but
you knew was not an anti-Semite, and you, I think, still know is not an anti-Semite, but sometimes you go back and forth. I know his response always is he can care about two things at once. Yes, but the thing that he's caring about is bullshit. And I think my response to this is going to explain to you exactly why
It does 15,000 damage, bro. Holy shit.
with respect to me, okay, or all the other people that he brings up in this context, Nuke, is ridiculous.
I love that I'm the only one here.
Especially because whenever Ethan says, I can care about two things at once, well, he certainly doesn't talk about the other thing that he's...
How long does this fucking smoke last, dude? It's a goddamn cruiser.
If Ethan says, I care about the genocide...
My cruiser smoke was gone in like 10 seconds.
Every waking moment,
It's been like a minute and a half.
those who speak out against said genocide, then it's kind of hard for people to go along with this...
Oh my god, how much? What the fuck, bro? Yo, this is pure cancer. This game is made by the dumbest idiots. Holy shit.
America deserved 9/11, dude.
This is crazy. Crazy unbalanced.
Holy shit. That's not what I mean. That's not what I said, you dumb bitch.
And of course, the Leftovers podcast, which was our show, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy, controversial jokes.
Thank God, I don't have to repair it.
Together,
Nope, I am not.
Here is Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
I was just gonna say, if there's another Holocaust, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets...
Okay.
God, I'm so happy that these guys lost all of their assets in Russia, dude. It's so funny. Like, it really does make me feel better.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And we went on making the show.
Really? That's a thing? I rest my case.
I'm a failure. The reason why I failed is because the Leftovers podcast was supposed to be a podcast where this man, who I thought at the time was an open-minded, empathetic, kind person, who was interested in learning, was on his own journey of learning, was supposed to be the goofs and gaps guy, and I was supposed to be the guy that gives them, you know, the meat and the bones. I was supposed to be the information guy. He's
giving away the game here.
We clown on the right.
I was supposed to be the guy to brainwash him, but it didn't work. Now I'm pissed.
As Ethan himself is getting educated by politics.
Let's get it
But it seems like I failed on that educational aspect, considering that his analysis right off the rip is, well, you know, he's a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. What does this mean?
Oh, for a left.
What does this mean?
Supports basic things. And
left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things? Okay.
We went on making the show for about 2 years, and everything was good. Everyone was having fun. The audience was having fun. No problem. That was until this happened.
We were doing our regular show, and for the first time I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was.
Ethan Klein did not know what social democrats are, or what that represents, by the way, before Leftovers.
Yeah.
And I suspect...
So smart they get their assets raided in their own fucking main country. They had to leave it a month beforehand.
But let's continue.
I don't hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's good.
Like that story is wild, actually. Like when you think about it. Holy shit.
In the term monetary success. I mean,
We lost assets in Russia? Wargaming. The people who make this game.
I am not a hater of success.
Hilariously too, like in a hilarious manner. Like
one of the largest,
it shows exactly what we've always been saying about Russia.
From many right-wingers
So,
is that, oh, you're a socialist, but you
at the start of the war in Ukraine, Wargaming had an event to collect money for medical supplies for Ukraine.
wrong with that.
And a couple of weeks ago, Russia declared them anti-Russian extremist subversives and are trying to
There's that many radical communists. Suck it, chat.
like grab all of the assets that they have left in Russia. But I'm pretty sure Wargaming knew this was coming because on March 31st they declared that they didn't have any assets in Russia left, and they partnered with a Russian firm to manage the game in Russia itself. And that Russian firm is now also at risk of getting their assets taken.
The solution to that would always be education and offering more
re-education.
Re-education, certainly. Yeah, there should be an enforcement mechanism.
Much better.
Yeah, education. Here.
So yeah, pretty funny, to be honest.
What to do with the right-wing charlatans who are anti-vaxxers and unimaginably racist? I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation. And because I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation, I believe everyone can be rehabilitated, including right-wing reactionaries. So if you can understand that from the perspective
Now
of
Ethan's a right-wing reactionary.
brain broken by
Bro, Ethan Klein of all people. Like,
coming back to reality through the process of
I swear to God, dude. Everybody is a right-wing reactionary to these people, dude.
The problem is, this is red baiting to be like, ooh, this is red terror. He wants to do re-education. Now, of course, many of the conversations that we had as friends and podcast co-hosts at this point are now being utilized in a nefarious way to say, ooh, he's really scared me with this one. Let's take a look. And in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
Putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough.
This is, again, very scary. It does not mean, he said capitalist on horribly racist. No, my point is, you can understand the importance of education in that regard, right? Because a capitalist is not going to gain incredible amounts of momentum, but a capitalist might actually do crimes.
It's just a buzzword, though, right?
And if that happens, then yes, education and rehabilitation is absolutely a necessity. It is a far more preferable outcome than actually throwing someone into, as Ethan Klein claims here, camps. I never said camps. He said camps. Notice how he's guiding the conversation.
I mean, he's still glazing for rehabilitation. I never said camps, though. Like, just rehabilitation and re-education. But it doesn't have to be camps, it can be in a school. Okay, dude. Okay, dude.
Putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough. I started to notice that Hassan was carrying a lot of water for communist states' war crimes and genocides.
What do you call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annex.
I'm fucked.
Is he going to respond to
nope.
The actual full context here? I suspect not. Is he going to actually broach the subject matter even a little bit? Probably not. Let's see. Annexation of Crimea is absolutely a justifiable annexation. Tibet was literally a fucking feudal. Okay. Nope. Just moving on. Got it. Okay. Russian communism is hilarious. Russia, as I have maintained over and over again, is an irredentist kleptocracy. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is
Jesus.
justifiable.
The hell was that?
There are a million different moments where I have described this process. I have fundraised for Ukrainian refugees to the tune of $200,000 after the invasion of Ukraine. I do not believe that Russia is a communist country at all. It is an authoritarian kleptocracy. Why is he presenting this? Why is he presenting this information as though I believe Russia is actually in the right here? There is a difference that I have maintained over and over again. Russia's annexation of Crimea.
Dude, how long do these smoke things last, man? Why is my smoke always gone in like 5 seconds?
A loanership agreement over.
Thank God I'm turning already, dude.
Before it actually overtook Crimea. But there's a difference between the annexation of Crimea and what took place in the aftermath of said annexation of Crimea versus what Russia is doing in Ukraine right now. Okay? As far as my stance on this, there is no defense of Russia taking any additional land. Okay? This is a ridiculous act. And I have maintained the position that Crimea, throughout its historical process under the USSR, even before then, has been Russified. this is precisely the
Fuck my
reason why
life.
Western polls, not even like
This game is so unbalanced. It's broken, man. It really is broken.
quote-unquote democratic process that took place, but the pre-Russian annexation, before Russia's military incursions in eastern Ukraine as well.
I still can't see this cunt. What a broken piece of shit garbage game, dude. Oh my god, this is such cancer, bro.
This is part of the reason why
Such fucking
Russia's
cancer.
annexation of Crimea, while still unjustifiable under international rights and international humanitarian rights,
So incompetent.
humanitarian law, was done without a single shot being fired in the process. That's why I always separate Crimea and the annexation of Crimea as opposed to the completely ridiculous and incredibly violent invasion of Ukraine. In the aftermath of the annexation of Crimea, Ukraine shut off the waterways into Crimea by damming.
Let me turn some light on.
the
Can't see shit
waterways that
myself.
were designed under the USSR into Crimea, making Crimea even reliant on
Behold!
Russian, making Crimea basically reliant on
There it
Russia.
was.
If this in and of itself, beyond the unjustifiable land extraction, land annexation,
it's go time.
Outside of the fact that the land annexation is still unjustifiable, if there was an opportunity for Ukraine to be able to salvage Crimea, it would have taken place already. Okay?
Wow.
I don't know why people still try to...
I really do hate you guys sometimes.
I don't know why people still try to relitigate this process when Donald Trump has already offered Crimea with a legalized annexation to Russia. Now, as far as Tibet, let's see what he puts here.
mandate, like
So
autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk
It's
about
my
the
hair,
Dalai
bro.
Lama saying "suck my tongue" or
When I
whatever,
just come out of the shower, it's fucking terrible. I can't do nothing with it.
existence before the Communist Party came in, and
It's annoying,
China
actually.
unilaterally took over Tibet.
Like
their culture.
There we go.
They basically are trying to, you know.
No one is culture is slavery.
I
don't
know.
why,
Obviously, I know.
like, he brought up culture. There is no slavery culture here. From a Western perspective, this immediately rings alarm bells. Where it's like, well, you're making the British.
Bro, I want to play EU4 again, dude. I installed it again too because of the fucking
culture or whatever, or
probable EU5 thing over the day after tomorrow, right?
America had to tame the savages. That is not the argument here at all. Okay, that is not my argument at all. And while there are issues with the continued sovereignty over Tibet that China has had, Tibet being a part of the Chinese empire in perpetuity and having some semblance of autonomy throughout even the nationalist process, and certainly under Mao as well, has been the same thing since the fucking 19th century. It was the Tibetans themselves that wanted to rise up against the feudal land ownership.
I like how I get an overpin, but you saw the shell ricochet off. Where's the ricochet? Why is that not on the
Chinese annexation
in the
and
list?
occupation. It was actually
Star-Lord.
an abolition of serfdom in Tibet. This is no different.
Dance off, bro. Oh, it's a
than
fucking
other
cruiser.
Chinese areas that were previously
Oh, we might get lucky.
occupied by the nationalist forces, where
I might hit the other guy.
the Maoist forces
No.
took over. A lot of the peasant class that was under the rulership and even fought alongside the nationalist forces defected. The reason as to why they defected was because they wanted to restructure.
Oh, and his family this, his family that, and he's a pervert and sex offender. Like,
when faced with these two options of
that'd be true, obviously, right?
working with Mao, working alongside
Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
rules of Chinese land ownership, they of course chose a universalized land
Oh shit.
ownership
Okay,
structure
turn. We're gonna
rather
get
than
torpedoed.
going
The
back
fuck,
to
dude.
nationalist-dominated previous landlord ruling over the peasant class structure that they existed under.
Magic 8-Ball says you died.
It is not different. What happened in Tibet is also not different. What happened afterwards is that is a
Try use this Mogami as cover.
Listen, we need ratings, we need fireworks, and most importantly, we need content. You, a World of Warships veteran Hassan, a professional talker, it's perfect. The great debate, capitalism versus communism, torpedoes versus tweets. Let's make Twitch history. I'll moderate, it'll be huge.
I'd love that. I'd come off as a complete retard, right? But a lot of people will see me.
As far as Tibetan sovereignty, Tibetan culture, and these are still significant problems.
It's like I don't even give a shit about the whole Palestine-Israel thing. I just care about how he acts and portrays himself, and like literally glazes up like actual terrorism. Like, bro.
It's not the same as China coming in and taming the barbaric Tibetans.
He's become famous,
They
yeah.
did not want to be serfs. They did not want to continue existing within the peasant structure where they were being dominated by landlords, their landowners.
Homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
They're trying to swell the religion and identity.
the part of
they did them
feudal
a favor.
warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government
It's a 10, right? That's a 9, okay.
Okay.
But that is the South in the Civil War?
Yes. Yeah.
What is this take?
Serfdom structure, and it's not Tibetan culture. I think it's like ridiculous to say. It's like, I think.
Oh, I missed.
Like,
No.
Black people
Okay,
in the South,
I basically missed.
It's just a part of their culture to be enslaved. That's not the case. Okay? That's not the case at all. The reason why I try to use this analogy here is because it was initially
Desert road, no gas,
resistance
and no chicks.
action of resistance against the serf, the feudal.
Hey, Citadel, let's go.
In Tibet.
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against their Muslim neighbors, the Uyghurs.
Don't they have Uyghur death camp? That
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps.
Oh, this guy's fucking secondaries are annoying.
Okay.
Everything I said here is correct. I don't know why he put this in the video. I assume he's not going to make an argument against this, and instead simply claim that it's
Seriously, everything missed on that guy? That seems weird.
I don't know.
That's gonna be I fucked that up.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
What's with the 10-kilometer secondaries? That's
narrative
crazy,
or
dude.
anything about it, but it was about there was doctors in the area. They would be able to procure organs.
No, that's no.
I'm telling you, they were in China with.
Okay, that one is like Shen Yun.
Okay, so we saw a documentary.
12-kilometer secondaries.
Conversation that took place. I don't even remember the full details, but he's saying that he watched a documentary. I immediately suspected it's probably like a Falun Gong documentary. Falun Gong is a right-wing anti-Communist Party of China cult that's anti-miscegenation. They're the ones who also own Shen Yun and Epoch Times and numerous other media outlets that are super far right, and they work alongside the CIA. Having said that, this does not mean that there is no repression in Xinjiang.
Right.
Of course there is major repression in Xinjiang. There was a lot more major repression in Xinjiang, especially a couple years ago. For those of you who don't know, there is an East Turkestan separation movement in Xinjiang. Okay? Some of the Uyghur Muslims, many of them also trained by the CIA, some of them are in Syria right now, wanted to separate from China, mainland China. In the process of enacting their separatist goals, there was a lot of knife crime, a lot of terror, and the Chinese government, in my opinion, completely, in the most ridiculous ways possible, enacted an unimaginably cruel regime of surveillance and also cultural erasure and also concentration camps or re-education camps where they claimed that these were simply vocational retraining schools.
Anyway, that's almost. How much did I do? I didn't even check.
You know, and ruthlessly re-educate the Uyghur Muslims. Okay? They bullied an entire population into submission. There was mass surveillance that took place. And also, I have never said that this was acceptable. I've never considered this to be appropriate. I am always critical of this. This is something that a lot of people get mad at me over because they say, where did you learn all that? Did you watch a documentary too? They'll say,
I'm still, the only thing that I don't know on EU4 is where should I start? Because I use the extended timeline mode. I could start at the year 1 if I wanted to.
What I'm doing here, again,
that's kind of boring though, overall.
Recognizing the truth of the matter.
No technology, no nothing.
So let's take a look.
And it takes hundreds of years for you to get the technology, right? Because, you know,
from a Uyghur.
Historically speaking, we were kind of dumb, technologically speaking.
Really that crazy?
Technology-wise. Quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how, like, okay, well...
which is probably not entirely accurate, but according to the game files, it is.
Like, all the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's, like, very different. Very different vibes in Xinjiang, and now, you know, it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the Associated Press actually had to say.
Why is China invading Tibet to end slavery different than the Spanish invading Aztecs or supporting those groups who existed under Aztec oppression and West African slavery and the British? Yeah, really simple. It's because they fought alongside the Tibetan communists, and then they fucked them over in the process, but they initially fought alongside the Tibetan Maoist movements. That's the difference. That's it. You're also comparing a foreign invasion coming into the Aztecs thousands of miles away to an autonomous region that was already under Chinese rulership, and the previous Chinese rulership did just simply overlooked the structure of serfdom. They didn't give a shit. They were like, yeah, the Lamas can do whatever they want. You want to fucking chop an ear off? That's great. That's the real problem here, because it's not like Tibet was not under a autonomous part of China. It was an autonomous region that was still under Chinese rulership. It's just that the previous Chinese empires did not care about what the fuck they were doing to the Tibetan serfs, to the Tibetan peasant class, and also on top of that, even the Nationalist Party did not care about that same exact landlord slash feudal serfdom structure that existed in Tibet. That's a major difference, don't you think? That's a major historical difference. Having said that, however, I think that there are still many issues in terms of not giving enough autonomy to Tibet or not cherishing certain aspects of Tibetan culture, Tibetan language. This is a real problem in China. This is a real issue in China, okay? And then there's the second side of this. In terms of the historical, reference point, because you're failing to understand my point here. You said the Spanish fought alongside the anti-Aztec local fighters, with the majority of the fighters. Tibet was loosely under Chinese rulership, but never Sinicized. I know. I'm not saying that the Sinicization of Tibet is the appropriate measure. I'm saying
Desert Road, no gas.
Why am I the one getting targeted for crying out loud?
But what you fail to comprehend here is that what came in the aftermath of this was not a reassertion of the same serfdom structure. They didn't do that. They didn't just go back to the land rulership structure in Tibet, but now with Chinese ownership. Do you see what I mean? And also, the relationship between Tibet and Chinese sovereignty is, of course, entirely different than the relationship between colonial occupation.
Bro, one shell hit me. Of course, there's a fire.
there is not hundreds of years of
course, it's a level
being
10.
under Chinese rulership, despite having autonomy, and also what happened to the aftermath of that is important, don't you think? There wasn't slavery of the Tibetan masses conducted by the Communist Party of China. Anyway. Hassan, I can see the fear in your eyes. Maybe we should call it on the content nuke. That's so funny. All of these people that have been begging for me to watch this are now finally coming in to be like, you shouldn't watch this actually. I feel like you're afraid.
The boogeyman is real, and you just found him. Die, you son of a bitch.
How can this guy fire so many times, dude? Like, I'm so confused. His volume of fire is like 3 times mine.
Say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years.
Where's the 30-second reload on that guy?
That Spain practiced slavery in Mexico. Like that's
Everything hits. Everything's hitting.
the same if China.
Oh, it's the... Yeah, that's the thing.
It would be the same if yes, China went in. No collaboration whatsoever, no demands whatsoever from Tibetan Maoists and Tibetan communists that wanted to rid themselves of the antiquated practice of serfdom that was incredibly violent, incredibly brutal. Okay, and instead just reformed that exact same societal structure and continued to enslave Tibetans. But that's not what happened. So obviously, you know, there is a major difference here. This doesn't mean that there is any sort of... This doesn't mean that like, it's great. I'm not saying that it is, okay? I'm simply offering some nuance to the way that people frame these conversations as black and white and try to make... try to make it work within the imperialist structure in the same way that, like, you understand Spanish colonialization. Okay?
Press actually had to say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years. UK independent body reports China committed genocide in Xinjiang. China sanctioned a US research firm and 2 individuals over a report about the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing.
Okay, he pulls up a lot of these AP articles, and I feel like from all of the clips that I've seen on the context nuke, he basically does not go into great detail about these articles at all. I don't think he's read any of these articles at all. Many of these articles are basically from National Endowment of Democracy funded groups of NGOs that are
What? You gotta fucking see the light.
here, okay? Having said that, is there veracity to some of these claims? Absolutely.
The hell?
Okay. Some of the claims that he's highlighting in the headlines is actually correct. The problem is
All ricochets. God, I hate tier 10s, bro.
or what these articles are actually
Unbalanced as fuck.
But I would go so far as to suspect that
They really should be in their own category.
the article that I was referencing,
Entirely the new
as a
matchmaker.
matter of fact, in terms
For
of
tier 10.
China's re-education and cultural erasure has ended, and that Xinjiang has now become a tourism destination. He claims that that article does not exist, except here is the article. So while he was actually looking for all of these different article headlines that he could draw,
Like, this is full-on psychological manipulation, by the way. The way this game is set up.
terror and tourism,
I know it too. Like, that's what annoys me the most.
This is the Associated Press article that I was actually reading and referencing to Ethan Klein. In that
It's like they're not even trying to hide it.
China, the razor wire that once ringed public buildings.
That's the only reason you get up tier ever. Because they want you to spend money to get there faster.
And the armored personnel
It's so
carriers
obvious.
rumbling around the homeland of the Uyghurs. Gone are many of the surveillance cameras that once glared down like
I really do think we should start putting some laws in place into these practices. Some people need to go to jail over this kind of shit.
Here is basically the summarization of like my summarization of the story is this article saying that they ended their operations. They ended their operations, and the clips that, and here's why I say he's fucking devoid of context. This is the reason why I call this the context nuke. The reason why I call this the context nuke is because he rips
What already
these
happens?
clips, which I don't even know where he sourced them from, okay? Because I don't think he sourced them himself. I think someone gave him these clips. Because if he were to actually, if he actually cared about understanding the nuance of this position that I'm presenting, he would recognize that some of the clips that he pulled out are literally directly from me covering this article. Here it is, October 13, 2021, Uyghurs in Xinjiang. Gone too are the middle school uniforms and military camouflage and the armored personnel carriers rumbling around the homeland of the Uyghurs. Gone are the many of the surveillance cameras that once glared down like birds from overhead poles and the eerie eternal wail of sirens in the ancient Silk Road city of Kashgar. Uyghur teenage boys, once a rare sight, now flirt with girls over pounding dance music at rollerblading rinks. One cab driver blasted Shakira as she raced through the streets. 4 years after Beijing launched a brutal crackdown that swept up 1 million or more Uyghurs and other mostly Muslim minorities into detention camps and prisons, it's controlled
Hey, let's go.
entered a new era.
Fuck that island.
Many of the most draconian and invisible aspects of the region's high-tech police state. The panic that gripped the region a few years ago has subsided considerably, and a sense of normality is creeping back in. It's because he purposely limited the search to 2 years, so his article was left out intentionally. Now, time and time again, I have
That's gonna
actually
be
railed against.
well,
as
maybe
much
not.
as people say I'm a China glazer, which I am a China glazer. Let's be real.
It was shallow.
Time and time again, I've actually brought up the unjustifiable practice of mass detention and mass surveillance and dragnets that were cast upon the Uyghur Muslim population in Xinjiang. I do not think it's appropriate, and I do not think it's acceptable. And I have made that very clear over and over again. I've actually made fun of the people that are so invested in defending China that they come in here and sometimes act like hogs.
That's not gonna. It was out of range.
Say the exact same things that hogs say about Muslims and Muslim detention or immigrant detention in the United States of America, but this time for China. This is an age-old bit that I do all the fucking time. But if you were actually interested in the nuance or my actual perspective on this, you could have probably figured it out by, I don't know, doing a cursory analysis, just fucking Googling it, you know? He admitted on a stream that he got these clips from someone, but because I'm not insane, I don't have the clip of him saying it on me. Having said that, going back to, if you Google search Xinjiang Associated Press, that's the first article that comes up. Terror and tourism, Xinjiang eases grips, but fear remains. Now, there's some other articles that he's also sourced here, which I suspect he probably didn't look at. And I think it's important to understand the timeline here on what he's talking about, because he's trying to make it seem as though he's basically pulling articles from after our conversation to imply that that I was lying that the Xinjiang detention had not ended. He's also
Shit.
implying that I'm
He's not going fast enough, I think.
detention. I am not. I'm in favor
Oh no,
of
we're
the
good.
truth. Okay, so when I actually retaliate and say, no, those are not death camps, those are not like, you know, there's no like organ harvesting operation that's taking place, I'm simply combating against misinformation. This is what I do. This is my primary purpose. Okay, in a lot of circumstances, it's usually right-wing misinformation. You guys love it when I do it to Joe Rogan, but you seemingly don't like it if I'm doing it to a liberal position. Okay.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years are on hunger strike to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution. Not only does this AP article seem not to exist, reading the AP proves exactly the opposite.
So, again, he claims that this AP article does not exist. It obviously exists. So, what the fuck are you talking about? Here is the AP article. Here's a video of me reading the AP article. Why would you even put this in the video? What kind of research have you done? Also, none of this even proves your point, which was that you watched a documentary that I suspected was like a Shenyang or Falun Gong documentary that said that there were death camps in China. None of this, none of what he has shown so far has said that there are death camps in China. Part of the reason why I don't think that he was able to prove his perspective in the conversation at all is because they weren't fucking death camps, and I was right. They were re-education camps. And I I've never said that that was appropriate or permissible or acceptable. I've always been against that.
Well, it wasn't a death camp, but they were education camps, bro. Like, okay, dude.
We got you. You said you would be in favor of re-education. There's a difference between re-educating people who have done crimes in the process of rehabilitation, okay, versus doing dragnets against an entire
but it's for thought crimes. Like, what
surveillance
the fuck are you talking about, dude?
That is what I'm against. I am in favor of
You want to re-educate people that don't think like you do. That's
those who have actually
insanity.
done crimes. I think that that is an infinitely
Bro.
better way to deal with that than to
Look at
just
this holy shit. These secondaries are nuts.
like we do in the United States of America.
So many of them.
This is a consistent position that I have maintained throughout my entire fucking political commentary career. This is part of the reason why I'm also endlessly charitable to people who have done thought crimes, who have been reactionary.
Endlessly charitable. After spending the first hour of his stream laughing about somebody's father. Okay, bro. Holy shit, dude. Like,
now, it doesn't make any sense, but I'll just start.
Bro.
by saying we're 8 minutes in, and his research is not so great.
this guy is such a fucking... What a lol cow, dude.
Articles that have come out after this conversation in an effort to imply that my article actually did not exist at all and that these things are still happening. But I'm willing to bet that if we were to look at these articles, even if they came after our conversation, we would find out that the articles itself were talking about what China was doing before they ended the mass detention structure that they had. This is a UK independent body. China committed genocide in Xinjiang. An independent, unofficial body set up by a prominent British barrister to assess the evidence on China's alleged rights abuses against the Uyghur genocide concluded Thursday the Chinese government committed genocide and crimes against humanity. This is the only article that says that China did a genocide.
That's a pretty good hit, to be honest.
The Uyghur Tribunal, made up of lawyers, academics, and business people, doesn't have government backing or powers to sanction or punish China, but organizers hope the process of publicly laying out evidence will compel international action to tackle Beijing's policies against the Uyghurs, a largely Muslim ethnic group.
No. Yes. Fuck off.
The Chinese government's forced birth control and sterilization policies targeting Uyghurs in the far western Xinjiang province were intended to destroy a significant part of the group's population. The abuse was part of the comprehensive policies directly linked to President Xi Jinping and the highest levels of Chinese government, it said. Now, this is not a real court. This is not the ICC. This is not the ICJ. This is simply, it's not even a people's tribunal, which does happen, okay? Brace, friend of the show, Brace Belden, YPJ,
Hey.
Brace Belden.
Double Citadel hit, let's get fucked. Nice. 92,000 damage all of a sudden. Holy fuck.
Former Duterte leadership.
Right?
Duterte
It was that close, bro.
if I'm not mistaken.
They were like, one more second, they would have hit. Well, 5 more
About
seconds.
30 witnesses actually gave evidence to a series of public hearings in central London this year alleging torture, forced abortions, rape, beatings by authorities while in state detention centers. The tribunal concluded that it was beyond the doubt that the crimes against humanity were committed. Nice said she and other senior officials bear primary responsibility for what has occurred in Xinjiang. Once again, I don't see the organ harvesting or the execution camps that Ethan was
I'm pretty
talking
sure.
about here.
I don't think I'm gonna make
Still
this.
unacceptable.
I'm gonna fire one. Yeah, right into it. Like, not even close. He is protecting China, yes. Yes, he is. Yeah. Because he didn't. He just said he doesn't believe there's a Uyghur genocide. It was re-education camps, not death camps. And Tibet on his yeah, he says Tibet's the bad guy. Tibet's the South in the Civil War. That's literally what he thinks. He just reiterated that as well.
Death camps and forced organ harvesting. These were fabulous claims being made.
And somehow he's still on Twitch, by the way. Completely scot-free. He's breaking like 50 tiers things right now. Right? Crazy.
The tribunal and its so-called conclusions are merely
They should just get rid of politics on Twitch completely. Oh my god, no.
Anyone with conscience and reason will not be deceived or fooled. Yeah, the Chinese government, if I was pro-China, I will give you what the pro-China position is, okay? The pro-China position is that these separatist elements in Xinjiang are radical Islamist fundamentalists that were propped up by the CIA, and there is a little bit of truth to that as well, but that doesn't matter, okay? Because it doesn't matter in the way that they dealt with this issue, okay? The Chinese Uyghur separatist terrorists were actually doing slaughter, mass slaughter, doing unimaginable amounts of terrorist attacks all over China and certainly in Xinjiang as well. So that's the reason why they had to do roundups and very targeted roundups.
Yep.
To create vocational schools where these guys were simply getting
great.
for vocational training. That's not my position at all. As a matter of fact, I've argued against that position quite frequently. Okay? That is a lie. That is an exaggeration by a state that makes it seem as though their completely warrantless and unjustifiable detention structure was actually simply justifiable and was working towards rehabilitation. I don't agree with that position. I think that's a classic moment where a state lies, right? The Chinese state also has the capacity to lie. They're not infallible. There are plenty.
Funny how that works, huh? It's almost like all of these people are hypocrites.
Now.
Ow.
Doesn't mean that I'm defending the Chinese practice of mass detention anyway. And ironically enough, the article that we were talking about here, also features this. To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses. Remember, Ethan actually posted this as an own. In that fucking same article that he posted, if he had actually read that article, he would see this part where it says Beijing has closed many of the camps which are called vocational training and education centers, where hundreds of thousands of people continue to languish in prison, many in vague secret charges. The report called on China to release all individuals arbitrarily detained to clarify the whereabouts of those who have disappeared and whose families are seeking information about them.
I should try playing Seba at some point, dude. It seems really powerful.
There's never been a moment where I did not claim that there weren't serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region, just like UN Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez believes the assessment clearly identifies serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region. I agree that there were serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region. There's never been a moment where I've actually defended the serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region. So why did Ethan, one, do a horrible job? Why did he do a horrible job of not reading his own fucking articles that he posted in here?
How can I not see the guy that's raining down secondaries on me? This game is deeply unserious.
Denied or went after atrocity propaganda in the aftermath of October 7. There was plenty of real atrocities that took place on October 7, but Israel greatly increased the intensity of atrocity propaganda in an effort to justify its genocidal ambitions that came immediately after.
I really wish this game wasn't made by Russians. Like, it's kinda crazy how terrible they are at their jobs.
And numerous other issues. And I was very critical of that propaganda because there was plenty of real atrocities that they could point to, but they wanted to make it seem like there was so much more. And that didn't mean that I was actually defending the actions that took place on October 7, but you would obviously believe that if you're a fucking moron, or if you are trying to present a very different reality, a reality where you want to fit me into an
Let's go! The destroyer got him. Get fucked, dumbass battleship with your shitty ass skin. Right?
My mother's maiden name is Uyghur. Okay, Uyghurs are Turks. They are Turkic. Not the whole like the whole world is Turk memes. I'm saying like literally they are a Turkic people. Okay. Not only that, which is why I also jokingly say I'm white Chinese. Okay, but not only that. But also, the Turkish government does actually train them.
This is just not taking damage at all.
Uyghur fighters and uses them alongside the Salafi
That's
brigade
disgusting, dude.
in Syria. This is real, and they do this under the watchful eye of the United States of America. This is also real. I am very familiar with the Uyghur separatist groups for this region. Okay? If I can't correct misinformation with my podcast co-host.
He was shooting,
without getting
it was the red ones, right? The Italian stuff.
China, then what the fuck am I supposed to do? Just let it happen?
Half AP, half HE ones?
Let him say whatever the fuck he wants? It's ridiculous. And he did this exact same thing.
Different red ones?
When I corrected his dangerous misinformation that's going to come later, where he talks about Hezbollah and the 500,000 casualties.
No, AP is white. The guy was shooting red.
About the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses.
Tourism hour.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25.
I still don't know what the numbers at the back mean, dude. 12.0, 12.0, 13.5, 15.0, 9.2.
Reading on this and it's regurgitated it.
Then some guys have nothing.
Why is he defending China?
I wasn't, and I never have. And you're wrong for claiming that I have. Your entire premise here is that they had death camps. You did not prove that. That there was organ harvesting. You didn't prove that either. And then you turned around and said, I'm defending China. I never did. I never defended China. Not in any of these conversations. Describing the actual horrifying conditions while also saying...
Oh, he got through that. Holy shit.
Unacceptable is not defending China. It's only defending China if you have
like the
approach to fucking
that's like a half AP, right?
Wait a minute, you're offering
like the Italian ones
while also still criticizing the Chinese government. You must be defending China.
This genocide of their Muslim population. How does this even make sense? It only makes.
He still hasn't fucking you know, offered additional claims to this genocide. Now, what's really interesting about this is. And I have to talk about my second position here. There is one thing that I...
To be fair to that guy, if he shoots, he gets spotted and gets probably sunk.
And that is that while Ethan on the one hand talks about how China is genociding the Uyghur Muslims...
Look how fast those torpedoes are, man. That's so juicy.
The Palestinians always goes back and forth. He has sometimes called it a war and sometimes offered concessions to why it truly is a genocide.
Surely one of these gets him, right?
So it's very hard to
there
pin him on this position. So you have to focus on what he actually is doing whenever he talks about Israel. What kind of defenses he's engaged.
But he's so far away, we're gonna lose by the time he gets there.
Is he actually offering nuance to Israel's military actions, or is he simply running defense for Israel's military actions? Okay? Because I did not defend the Chinese government's mass detention facilities. I've called it a cultural genocide before, as a matter of fact, over and over again. Now, one thing that I have to make clear here, and this
it's going quickly though. I like this ship, man. It's much better than the Yamagi. Holy fuck. That thing was so terrible. Jesus. At least this one, I can hit stuff with it.
Treated the Palestinian population in the same unjustifiable manner that China treated
5.5 million for the whole, dude.
Israel would get a Nobel Peace Prize every year going forward. Every Western nation would turn around and cherish how wonderful and how peaceful of a nation state Israel actually is for taming the savage, barbaric Palestinians. They would talk about how incredible Israel is for actually simply doing mass detention and mass surveillance upon the captive Palestinian population and not slaughtering them. If Israel,
I don't think my mod fucks with that,
as
far as I know.
Mass detention tomorrow on all Palestinians, both in the West Bank and also in Gaza. Literally every American.
Bro, this one costs 5.5 million. Why does the fucking hull cost 5.5 million? It's a tier 6. Jesus.
Okay? So think about what it takes for people to say China is doing death camps and has an exterminationist principle and doing organ harvesting, as opposed to how much it takes for people to even come to terms with the genocide that Israel is committing. China never bombed.
I should turn the chat off because there's no way I'm gonna be useful in this thing. I have no idea how to play. I don't know how to play subs.
Process was the fact that China was also still committed to developing Xinjiang as it is everywhere else, including in Tibet as well. But the American perspective on this has always been they are trying to develop these areas to continue destroying them, to continue killing them. There was literally an Associated Press article that I read talking about a high-speed rail line going all the way to Xinjiang, basically creating this massive network of high-speed rail that was seen as a negative.
And of course I get up-tiered into oblivion.
Negative thing. People in Xinjiang still have freedom to travel in that regard. Okay, under the Hukou system, which needs desperate reform, there are obviously limitations to travel and how much you can, internally travel inside of China. But many of these people that are criticizing me don't even know what the fuck that is anyway, and they're now going to Google it and be like, "Hassan didn't bring this up," or talk about the severity of the structure. Okay.
God bless America.
Whew. We are at $71,000.
Why? Why is my horn an alarm?
I'm going to obviously increase the
That's
killed
weird.
the donos. Hold on. Where the frick?
Let's rock.
Where? How do I get to my account? My hub campaigns. Hold on. How do I change the goal? Is it not allowed? Can I not change the goal after the campaign actually? Oh, here, I'm changing it.
Wait, what? How do I go down again?
Double or nothing, baby.
See.
We're only 8 minutes and 32 seconds into the video, and we've already fundraised $72,000. Are you still giving money so you will stop this torture? What? Okay. You've gained me from H3 High New Father. So one must ask the question, why Ethan Klein refuses to actually engage in any of the things that I'm saying, uses out of context clips, and also simultaneously has a very different standard for what China's doing.
I can't cap as a sub, right?
Okay. What the fuck's going on here? It doesn't make any
Oh shit, we
sense.
got
I'm
already
actually
someone in
more
here as well.
consistent on this process. He's the one who's not. Now, isn't Israel's activity in between lawn mowing?
I can't
essentially
cap.
what China does
Only on the
before
surface, I'm
mowing?
guessing.
Exactly. That's why I brought that up. If China did what Israel did to Xinjiang, we would nuke China. Okay? Understand something. If China did what Israel did to the Palestinians in Xinjiang, we would nuke China tomorrow. And if Israel did what China
Flew right over me, goddammit.
Xinjiang as a part of its like rehabilitation or re-education vocational training campaign or whatever the fuck the Chinese government calls it, they would consider that to be a pathway towards infinite peace. Can you
How deep is it here?
where Palestinians will now have freedom of travel into other parts of Israel, into greater Israel, mass detention, and
Not deep at all. No.
inside of these like supposed vocational
That was
training
close.
schools or whatever. But then in the aftermath of that, they have, you know, full-blown citizenship and access to the same fucking resources. That would never happen in a million years. Netanyahu would get a Nobel Peace Prize. Netanyahu would get every single Nobel Peace Prize for the rest of time. Also, speaking of, organ harvesting, I mean, that's, but that's besides the point.
Sense if A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political complexities of a 5-year-old. I know America Bad is a meme that people laugh at online, but with Hassan, this does actually seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
2 principles. Let me explain to you. 2 principles that you should keep with you.
Yeah, so this is a classic. This is something that I hear mostly from Sex Pestin and his orbiters. But the idea that, like, my commentary on political matters is simply reduced to America Bad is incredibly, incredibly dumb. It's ironic that this is yet another case of pure projection where Ethan is saying, oh, his commentary is just literally America Bad. At no point, if I simply stated America Bad over and over and over again, how the fuck would I fill 8 hours of space every goddamn day? Why is it that these people never actually make the argument America good? Why is it that these people never actually dive deeper into why I say America bad, for example? And this is, once again, obviously a reductive clip out of context where I'm describing a complex position. Let's take a look.
Coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at the situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. So when I look at other countries, I look at the regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look at who is backed by the Western superpowers. That's a principle that you could take home with you if you want to actually be moral or if you want to be smart about the way.
As I've said before, time and time again, okay, from both my own personal experiences and, I mean, I'm Turkish, okay? Turkey is a NATO nation. Turkey is the way that it is specifically because Turkey is a NATO nation. Do you understand? And in that process, during the Cold War, because it was supposed to be a bulwark against the growing socialist movement in the country, they actually suppressed Kurdish liberation movements, socialist movements, trade unionist movements. The American government, by way of the CIA, created a right-wing ultranationalist paramilitary, the MHP party. Okay, the MHP
I can't hit shit, dude.
Grey Wolves. This, you know how Ethan's community will fucking call me out for like, oh, he did this. He's a,
What?
he's actually secretly a Turkish ultranationalist.
Oh, I got one. Nice.
Arrive at that position if you're a fucking moron. I have, again, countless hours of talking about the history of the MHP party and how the CIA.
Crazy thing is, they're not supposed to be able to.
Like they did in Italy, but
No, they have. Okay, never mind. I didn't see the detection. So much is going on, dude. Fuck. I'm so dead.
To destroy any sort of trade unionist.
And this guy is massively in my way.
Many of those movements comprised of Kurds that wanted their own version of Kurdish liberation movements, as a matter of fact. MHP was responsible for that. MHP is still a part of the governing coalition with alongside the AKP in Turkey right now. The ultra-nationalist fascists are still in power in this country, in my country. Okay? We have officially reached the boundary of $75,000. I'm very proud of you guys. Okay? There's more.
Bit late, mates.
There's more I wanted to get into. Bro, you're making this unwatchable. I know. Context and nuance is silly. The way you analyze other countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
After seeing all of this, I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had...
Also, I don't think he saw any of this. He didn't see any of this. He already arrived at the position that I was bad after an entire year of fucking shitting on him.
Well, I ain't being that useful though.
As I was actively defending him in the process. For all the fucking foot soldiers that are in here to see the other side of this story for once, welcome. Okay, I have an 8-minute compilation.
Dude, how long does it take to replenish the air compressing? Oh my god.
Where I was defending Ethan Klein, including this is, I guess, from what, January 11th, 2024. Ethan was hitting me with snide remarks over and over and over again while I was simultaneously defending him. Okay? I was simultaneously defending him from people that kept bringing him up and saying like, oh, he said this, he said that. I didn't want to be fucking focusing on drama. Okay? I did not want to entertain the drama perverts because I thought it was irrelevant what Ethan Klein was saying because I assumed that he was just doing goofs and gaffes. In any case, we'll get to that in a little bit as well. Okay? The entire premise here so far in the 9 minutes and 39 seconds that we watched is that Ethan is saying Hassan Piker groomed me, a 40-year-old man with the political convictions of a sea cucumber. I had no way of thinking on my own, and this 30-year-old man at the time groomed me into believing dangerous radical ideas. Dangerous radical ideas like what, you might ask? Socialism. Socialism being good. He made too many convincing arguments. He was hot and he groomed me and it scared me. It scared what happened to me. Scary man. Stupid, sexy Hassan.
Any idea who this guy actually is? And then this happened.
We have breaking news out of Israel this morning where Hamas has launched a surprise attack within Israel's borders.
Like, this is bullshit. This is a video that he made a year after our podcast ended. Okay? He developed this resentment over the course of the year. He didn't like start hearing me say these things that I was saying directly to him and see it in a different light. This is pure narrative. Okay? Pure narrative. He's doing post hoc rationalizations, and I think the reason why he's doing these post hoc rationalizations...
Dude, the other guy. Oh my god, this game is made by the biggest fucking retards, man.
Like, he duped me, and he was duping you with his...
Would not fucking target the guy behind him.
Mysterious ways of doing propaganda.
Retard filth that makes this game, bro.
Of what took place is that in the aftermath of October 7, okay, in the aftermath of October 7, we had disagreements. We had significant disagreements. Ethan wanted to hyper-focus on the feelings of Israelis and potentially the fears of American Jews in the aftermath of October 7. And my argument always was hyper-focusing on the broader picture because I knew what was about to happen. Because history, contrary to what Hosberus like to tell you, did not start on October 7, 2023. History started far before October 7. Zionism was an exterminationist.
As if this makes October 7 in any way, shape, or form better. Like, this is so nonsense, dude. Oh, but it didn't start in October 7. No, but October 7 still fucking happened, did it? The fuck?
The Kids Foundation both correctly pointed to in 2023, before October 7, 2023 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. And before then, 2022 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. Why was that happening to the Palestinian children? If history started on October 7, how could that have happened? How could that have happened? And the reality of the matter is, Ethan knows better. He should know better. He lived in Israel. He hated Israel. He talked about how Israel was an exterminationist, crazy country that was incredibly right-wing. In 2021, he posted an Instagram story about it, which I'm sure will he'll bring up in a little bit to show his bona fides as to why he's so pro-Palestinian.
Overnight.
After the shock of October 7th, I noticed a huge increase of anti-Semitic comments.
Exactly, dude. Exactly.
And Discord.
And that's not saying that Israel's the good guy in this, right? That they've gone well past being the good guy. You know what I mean? Like, they had some justification after October 7, but now it's getting a little crazy, guys. Right?
Remember.
Like, holy fucking shit. Two wrongs don't make it right.
Happening here, okay? There's a lot of story making happening here to make it seem as though, you know, I just showed a very different reality, or I duped this 40-year-old man into I don't know.
Oh shit! Why do I keep doing it?
Radicalized his audience, not realizing.
I'm literally just trying to highlight everything and then delete, but I move it because it's already highlighted when I open it.
By the reality, many people in his audience, including many people in my audience, were completely oblivious to the horrifying practice of apartheid and genocide that Israel was doing before October 7. October 7 was an act that made a lot of people in the United States of America pay attention to it. Okay? And they organically started realizing that the statements coming from Ethan Klein were actually at odds with how they felt about the situation. Now, is it because they were becoming anti-Semitic? No, it's because they started recognizing the reality of Israel's occupation and genocidal practices. So when Israel was doing genocide, which Ethan, again, goes back and forth on, sometimes he thinks it's a genocide, other times he thinks it's a war. His wife certainly doesn't seem to think so. Hila, who was a soldier in the Israeli occupying force, which, again, as I talked about in our debate,
bro, literally they have fucking military duty, right?
Considered a terrorist, by the way.
Unbelievable.
Her statements on this are even more right-wing than Ethan's. Okay, there's always a steady push and pull here, and of course his audience, organically, a progressive audience that he had cultivated, not because of leftovers, but even like the girly pops that wanted to care about the goofs and gaffs, obviously started recognizing that some of the stuff that Ethan was saying was damn near identical to what Ben Shapiro was saying, or what Charlie Kirk was saying, or what any number of right-wing commentators were saying about Israel.
This is like just guilty by association. Well, in this case, you think the same as X person, so therefore you are X person.
No longer
get the fuck out of here, dude.
decided to no longer be on
Okay,
Twitter.
no.
Part of the reason why he left Twitter, now he says, is because of all of the anti-Semitism. There was plenty of anti-Semitism on Twitter after Elon's takeover, so there is plausible deniability there. But the reason why he left Twitter was because he couldn't deal with the fact that he kept wanting to say something. Okay, he kept wanting to say something about Israel, and it was always in defense of Israel. Okay? That famous moment is, and I'm sure someone can fucking bring it up for me right now, that famous moment is when he looked at Mark Barg and his post, a Muslim sex worker, an Iranian Muslim sex worker, who he said, this is it. This was the moment. Enjoy your drugs, and being a sex worker, Hamas would kill you on the spot. This is what he tweeted.
Why'd it go black?
Muhammad. I'm in South Beach having fun.
Oh, because the game crashed. Please, please. When you make EU5, please make it decent. Alright?
Israel defenders say.
Oh no, it didn't crash. Dude.
The idea that you can't show solidarity to a people.
I forgot EU4 has to recharge every time you come off the map.
Ridiculous. The idea that you cannot show solidarity to the Palestinians because you have fantasized that those Palestinians would be homophobic and fucking kill you and viciously kill you is ridiculous. Even if that was the case,
It really isn't.
You could still show solidarity.
It would like throw you off a building. Let's be honest.
Even if they were anti-sex work. Yeah, I know. A lot of people
641.
in underdeveloped nations that have been victim of colonial exploitation.
Pretty sure I have half the world on this game.
The same woke mindset that we do here in the Western world. Okay?
Alright, let's start at 641 then. 630.
At all. I still don't think they should be fucking destroyed. I still don't think that their lives should be ruined, as a matter of fact. No one deserves genocide, period. It doesn't matter if their opinions are not aligned with mine. This is simply trying to engage in the act of pink washing. It's also a conflation between ISIS and Hamas. Hamas is a militant organization that was designed under the rulership of the oppressive Israeli apartheid regime. Hamas's tactics have evolved throughout time and become more radical. Hamas's tactics have become more violent throughout time. But that violence is still maintained. The standard of violence is still maintained by the colonial power in this process, which would be Israel, because Israel has gotten more and more violent throughout time. That's why the cliche here is that the first Intifada was fought with stones and work stoppages, and the second Intifada was still relatively peaceful, but there were bus bombings on top of that. Okay, bombings at bus stations. What could have taken place in between that process? Well, if you watch any number of different instances where I've talked about this issue, especially when talking with Zach Foster, a Jewish historian, an academic that has dedicated his entire life's work to Palestine and Palestinian liberation groups, you would know why the Palestinian militancy has become more violent throughout this process, because Israel has become infinitely more violent in its colonial occupation. Okay?
How do I change that again? Oh, here. Never mind.
Why did he even attack this guy? I think he probably said something like "Death to America" or something. I don't fucking know. He was wilding out on the timeline. Okay. There's more to this though. He had a back and forth. Does anyone have that? You guys have the back and forth that took place? Because he expands on his ideology here. Yeah, I stopped using Twitter to protest Elon. No, you stopped using Twitter because you couldn't handle the backlash of your racist-ass comments towards a queer Muslim content creator. Do you think we forgot? You are a ghoul, fucking freak. I'm the freak and ghoul, yet here you are still refusing to criticize Hamas. I haven't killed any children or families or burned anyone alive lately. Who's the freak and the ghoul? Why do you have harsher words for me than Hamas? Was it hard to type that bullshit with one hand, jerking off to the thought of queer Muslims being murdered? Bro, what the fuck? I'm fully in your corner. What was wrong? What was I wrong about? This is the revolution you're supporting, right? Just don't go anywhere near Hamas because your life would 100% be in danger. Am I wrong genuinely? The idea that, once again, every single person involved in whether it's affairs of civil governance or involved in militancy against the state of Israel is a fucking barbaric rapist monster that will burn your ass on the spot is ridiculous. And he hasn't changed from this perspective because he literally said about me going to Gaza potentially, right? When I was working alongside Jeremy Scahill to try to apply pressure to the Egyptian government during the brief period of ceasefire, to open up the Rafah crossing so Western media could actually go into the Gaza Strip, which Israel obviously never allowed, and then Israel destroyed the entire ceasefire anyway. In that process, he kept saying if he goes to Gaza, he'll be a high-profile target for Hamas. Why the fuck would they do that? If Hamas was in the business of kidnapping any random non-Palestinian that happens to be inside of Gaza, they would have kidnapped a shit ton of the aid workers. Except those aid workers were once again, just like I was concerned about my own.
It's because like playing against the nation, guys.
Those aid workers were killed by Israel, not Hamas.
Oh, I'm on a malt. Never mind. Raid hype.
They were there.
Oh no, I clicked out of the game like an idiot. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raids. I may have crashed my game.
By their estimation, that they were not letting humanitarian aid flow into the Gaza Strip, so they worked with Jose Andres, very famous chef.
Okay, we might be good.
Famous activist chef and his group, World Central Kitchen. And what did they do? What did they do in that process? Because they had created killing fields, their Israeli occupying force commanders
Of course I do.
lasered the World Central Kitchen aid workers. So yes, the major fear here is not Hamas in terms of going into the Gaza Strip. It's Israel. And the reason why
Let me do that because I'm gonna alt tab.
is because
It's just gonna happen.
Ethan still doesn't recognize that. He still
Even when I know I shouldn't, I still alt tab.
recognize that. He still thinks that
Howdy.
Hamas
Welcome
is
on in. Thank you so much for the
barbaric,
raid.
violent force. And not Israel. Israel is a far
Let me reboot the
greater
game.
evil in the region than Hamas ever could be. This is the truth. That's it. There is plenty of evidence.
2 days
to
left.
This truth. This is just the reality. It's an observable reality that you cannot deny. Okay? That's it. If you are a
How was your
lesser
stream
evil
so
voter
far?
and you wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, for example, because of the lesser evil voting that you wanted to
No, I had to
then you
sit
should
at
be a
the
lesser
Windows
evil
full
voter
screen.
and vote for Hamas as opposed to Israel in this process, because Israel is done
It was set to full screen and I alt tab a lot, so that's not gonna happen.
over and over again for the past 16 months. Israel has so much more power than Hamas has ever had. And it has used that power for true
Yeah, the
evil,
game does
for
have
death and
its
destruction.
perks.
It's ridiculous. There is no moral playing field here, but even if the moral playing field was even, just looking
I literally just began.
casualty numbers and the
We're on day
percentage
1. Haven't
of
pressed unpause yet.
who Israel has targeted and who Israel has killed versus who Hamas
It's been a
targeted
while.
and who Hamas killed, the numbers on the board reflect a very different reality that does not make Israel look good. Is what Ethan is saying is true? No, it's not. He's doing the fucking ISIS conflation, saying that like Hamas will throw you off the roofs or whatever. And by the way, before people turn around and say, "Oh my God, well Hassan, what do you say to this? Hamas."
How do I- where's my list again?
Or whatever. First and foremost,
You have
let me
lists of
explain to
these?
you how that process works, as I explained to Ethan as well in our leftovers conversation. As a matter of fact, the last one that we had in the studio, Israel will blackmail and extort gay queer Palestinians with compromising footage in order to turn them into collaborators.
It's been a while, guys. Let me catch my bearings.
And this has been the same practice for every fucking resistance group, every resistance group throughout history, whether it be the IRA, which implemented the practice of kneecapping, or whether
This one's
it be the
alright.
ANC,
This
which
one-
implemented the practice of putting tires around the the necks of collaborators and lighting them on fire, a practice called necklacing, okay? Hamas, when they find collaborators that are working alongside Israel, will execute them. This isn't appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate. But that is the reason. It's no different than what the IRA did, shooting
13.
someone's kneecaps. That's where the term kneecap comes from, by the way, the band kneecap. And that's precisely what the ANC supposedly under the watchful...
Yeah, I don't have mods for that. Only extended.
Nelson Mandela did in terms of necklacing, putting a rubber tire around someone's neck and lighting it on fucking fire for the crime of collaborating with the apartheid government.
Was seemingly okay with this.
And you like, do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that at all?
I have not looked at my chat at all. But
I just opened it. But don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
Yeah, this is
6:30.
Probably the most
1 January 6:30. I had a game that was like I started at like the earliest, which is like what 48, something along those lines, and played that till 6:42. But I haven't played in a long time, so I restarted, and we started at 6:30 now. Because of that.
So of course they immediately hear some of the words that are taking place in this conversation, which, by the way, more informative than this context nuke if you want to understand Ethan's actual framework and actual perspective on the matter. You should go back and rewatch that debate that we did, okay, this debate, all the way in like the 17th of October 2023. I believe that's when we had that conversation, if I'm not mistaken, okay? But yes, of course,
that's Korea, right?
Hear you say things that are in defense of Israel and engage in racist tropes and racist stereotyping and acting as though like Hamas is ISIS, for example, then yeah, of course.
I like it. I like to start in like weird timings.
Fucking racist. Hassan, you're literally playing into Ethan's hands with this. Don't speak positively of a literal fascist terrorist group. A fascist terrorist group?
Ignore that one.
Hamas is also right-wing and
merchants.
reactionary, though. We don't need to support them. What is the
That's
support here? I'm not saying, oh my God, it's amazing. It's the greatest fucking liberation group that has ever existed. But what are you supposed to do? Who is supposed to rise up in arms against a nation state that is a settler colonial entity doing a
Can't even see that yet, so we'll go here.
Don't you feel like it's a little suspicious that you constantly are railing against people?
Wait, why not?
Fighting against
Oh, I can't even send it.
What the fuck are people supposed to do? What would you do? This is a reality.
Okay, I have a merchant where we can't use it. Yeah, I just have fun. Figure out the game again. It's been a while.
Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel, also recognized when he said, if I was on the other side of that Gaza fence, I would join Hamas. Of course you would. What the fuck do you mean? What is this expectation that people are supposed to be perfect victims after 76 years of colonial occupation?
Start centralizing.
He said this 100% right. What?
About actually wanting to understand the situation in a way where we humanize everybody, where we can actually create a lasting peace, one that's not built on like hate. So yeah, no, Hila's not a terrorist. Somebody who's like, I want to join.
How many do I have?
So 3. I want to join Hamas so I can like suicide bomb a cafe. That's it.
Yo, thank you. Yeah, coalitions. I know. I know. Don't take too much at once. Thank you. Thanks for the raid. Have a good one.
Ben Elizer's conclusion: they are driven by despair. While condemning the act, Ben Elizer said he felt compassion for one bomber, a young woman who, in a fit of grief over her boyfriend's death, volunteered to go on a suicide mission. The minister, a moderate in Ariel Sharon's hawkish government,
I kind of want to keep this guy happy for now because he's bigger than me. For now.
They will say no to anyone who tries to convince to choose death over life. Stanley Cohen, a lawyer who represented Hamas activists, presented a very different vision of recent history. He portrayed a powerful and vicious Israel that has indiscriminately killed many thousands of innocent Palestinians. Hamas is not a terrorist group, but a nationalist resistance force. Nationalist resistance forced to resort to violence because it has so little power compared with Israel. This is something that I've described over and over again.
How do I see previous messages on this again? Here we go. Nope. Shit. I can't.
This is the primary difference.
Against hang on, I can see it here.
ISIS is a better analog for Israel than it is for Hamas. The only
And I don't see my guess's bellies?
you can point to with respect to ISIS and Hamas is the fact that they're both Muslim and
Oh, as against my rivals, yeah.
Hamas is a national resistance group. In terms of their own personal opinions, yes, some are right-wing reactionary. Certainly. Okay? But the goal is emancipation. If there was no occupation, there would be no Hamas. It's that simple. Do you understand?
I really haven't played this in a while.
That's someone who's like.
It's gonna have to come back to
they're
me
like,
slowly.
Yeah, I'm a terrorist. I want to be a terrorist. I am a terrorist. Do you know what I mean? Could you argue that like the IDF commits acts of terror? Yeah. You know what I mean? For sure. But it.
Yeah. Fuck. By the way, I actually talked to Ethan about this in this very same conversation, but he clearly did not listen. In this conversation that I had with Ethan, we discussed the subject of Hamas and anti-Semitism within Hamas, where I said, are there anti-Semites within the ranks of Hamas? Of course there are. There are anti-Semites everywhere. Having said that, the broader goals of Hamas and all Palestinian resistance and all Palestinian militancy is an end to the occupation, so Palestinians can be free, so they can be a sovereign state, so that Palestinians no longer have to worry about drones hanging over their heads and mass surveillance and death and destruction. That's it.
32,000 people in here right now.
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child, cold, arrogant, kind as fuck.
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when you're...
Meanwhile, he priced other content creators when people cried about him in their chats.
Making that argument, you know that, right? Like,
Hassan's chat.
Let's see what argument he was making. Does anyone have the clip?
Oh, someone's about to get
What
pissed
argument
off.
he was making that caused people to respond that way. I want to see, because my statement there is, listen, as much as I try to moderate my community, of course, if your output is fucking insane, of course chat is going to respond to that by going, what the fuck is this arrogant asshole saying? Let me take a look. I don't know if this was right before, or right after he implied that anti-Zionist Jews are colonists.
They were saying a lot more heinous shit than what he just implied, by the way.
And if you guys can help me,
It was a lot heavier than what the fuck is this guy saying.
Complaining right there, and what led to the chat response, we can maybe manage through.
This guy really does nothing but lie, dude. It's crazy.
The reasons as to why his feelings got hurt. You all right? You don't have to. And also that simply cynically or in a weird way, just like being like, no, anti-Semitism is like totally fine actually with this one phrase.
But what you won't make any fucking concessions, and it's crazy. Like I make so many fucking concessions to you all the time from my heart, and I listen and I fucking try to move towards your side every time we talk, and I do. But when I fucking try to explain to you.
Oh, you found the actual timestamp?
Do you care that your chat is calling me right?
Let's see what it was. Let's see what the actual thing that he said was before. Like, there were plenty of moments where he said, does that change the broader movement and the morality behind Black Lives Matter? Or does that change what... Oh, that's right. It was because he was complaining about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Saying, well, according to Jews...
Where the fuck is my attack? My...
Statement, to which I responded with, hey, Ethan, you understand Black Lives Matter. You ask white people what Black Lives Matter means, right-wing white people will tell you, well, Black Lives Matter is a
that first
slogan.
stability.
So if you can understand why
I don't give a shit about the perspective of white right-wingers when it comes to Black Lives Matter. You can understand why I don't care about your perspective in this regard. Because if you don't understand that this is an emancipatory slogan and not one that is exterminationist, then yeah, I don't know what to fucking tell you. What people
pay the human sacrifice, gain 10 karma. What? All right.
Black Lives Matter.
I guess
it's what's in the phrase, dude. Saying or the thing is, like, saying Black Lives Matter doesn't insinuate that other lives don't matter. It's in the fucking phrase, bro. I don't know what to tell you. From the river to the sea,
Palestine will be free. Also doesn't feature from the river to the sea. We should destroy Israel and kill all the Jews. You're the one who's saying that that is the secondary implication behind it.
I'm just telling you how people see it, bro.
I know, but if you were to tell me this is how white people feel about Black Lives Matter, I would say I don't care how white people feel in this regard, because my business is not about explaining what this.
Don't want to give the legitimacy.
Bro, there's nothing in Black Lives Matter that's saying that white lives don't matter in the fucking
There's nothing
slogan.
in From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free that implies Jewish people must be eradicated or Israel must be destroyed and Jewish people must be killed.
A lot of people disagree because you're talking about from the river to the sea.
Yes, a lot of people who are not Palestinian and a lot of people who are not anti-Zionist disagree. Anti-Zionists, on the other hand, don't agree, and they are the ones who are using the slogan. So why would I'm asking you, if I'm not going to ask a white person who is against Black Lives Matter, why would what they feel about this slogan? Why would I go to, in the broadest majority, Zionists, both Jewish and Christian? Why would I ask them what they think about a Zionist, anti-Zionist slogan?
I already explained it, but you don't want to hear me.
This is why people were saying, "Hey, Ethan, you're fucking racist. Hey, Ethan, you're a Zionist." Do you feel like it is inappropriate for people to assume that he is a Zionist in this very moment? Is it because of the Jew hatred that is in the heart of every single one of
What's
my
the difference?
chatters that caused them to think that his resistance and his lack of interest in understanding
I can't even make these.
the argument that I'm making came across like he was still very much defensively posturing at the behest of Israel? This is, of course, when are you going to stop talking about Ethan? I'm going to have sex with your mother over and over again. Why don't you shut the fuck up and donate, bitch? We're at $85,000, slated to raise all the way to $150,000 in the process of watching this context move for charity. Do you hate charity? Is that what it is?
He's such a loser, bro. The things he hides behind is crazy, man.
Begged me to watch this thing.
What? I'm doing a charity. You hate charity? Bro, that's not anything. Completely irrelevant. Holy fucking shit. These people are so deeply unserious.
Ethan begged me to do this, so I'm finally doing it. Everyone needs to calm down. Please stop watching the video I begged you to watch. What? No, I'm asking you. Like,
It's not in the fucking slogan itself says people interpret it as destruction of Israel. I know it doesn't say let's destroy Israel,
but it's not.
But that's from the river to the sea is mainland.
They're allied with
Israel.
Yamato as well. Oh. It's actually annoying.
That's how people see it.
No,
I'm not.
You can't simply say that's how people see it. And
It is though.
fair. Remember, this slogan has been used to censure Rashida Tlaib. This emancipatory slogan has gotten people to be fired, like Mark Lamont Hill. There is a reason why I won't back away from defending this slogan.
Well, I'm pretty much fucked right now.
It was so disingenuous of Ethan to use Norm Finkelstein. It was so disingenuous of him to use Norm Finkelstein and his assessment of the slogan when Norm Finkelstein would never in a million fucking years sit there and be like, well, my feelings are more important here than Palestinian emancipation.
Can I influence alliances?
He says that's how people see it, but in reality, that's how he sees it. Exactly. Do you feel, chatters who are watching this right now, 16 months into this genocide, if you felt like
Pretty shit genocide in that case, considering the capability of destruction
in terms of why
that we have.
saw this argument, which is an argument that he still tried to present to me 16 months into a genocide when we had a conversation this past Friday. Do you feel like this is reasonable for people to assume he is Zionist?
I can't even do anything because of the technology. Wow.
Norm has said that.
Yeah, we're at 20.
Norm said that he doesn't approve of it because it comes across as something that Jews fear, not even Jews, Zionists fear, but he totally gets it and totally understands it. I only started watching you again because of his claim that got me to resub.
I didn't even realize this was still playing, dude. I'm so sorry. Holy shit.
I tried to use a perfectly coherent...
It's been going for 3 hours. I had no idea.
You should understand here.
My bad, guys.
Okay? Which is something that he gets. He gets that Black Lives Matter, gets a lot of flack. He's in support of Black Lives Matter. Who cares? Who cares what racist white people think about Black Lives Matter? Just like, who cares about what people who want to defend Israel feel about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free?
I have no idea what to do now. Should have taken this
there.
earlier.
After the content nuke went from 30k to 53k, suck my ass. I know, I'm falling. I'm consistently falling off over and over again.
Wonderful.
He was just critiquing the... Yeah, Norm was critiquing the use of the phrase, not its inherent meaning, but it doesn't matter. Norm also doesn't give a shit about that phrase. Anyway, now that you know the context of where he drew this, got this clip from, where is he wrong? What is Ethan's complaint on this one, I wonder? Ethan is a left-wing grifter Zionist. Fuck his content.
Zionist, baby killing.
Bro, nothing is wrong with this. Yeah, this is W. Am I wrong? He's not wrong. Unrelated, buying a hang glider. Like, this is edgy shit, okay? That right there is 100% people fucking... people being edgy as fuck. That is fair. He didn't even bring that up, by the way. He's just talking about...
Maybe it is unreasonable that I'm asking
because you're racist. Is this guy not spitting facts? What the fuck?
To moderate his chat for a friend. He doesn't even know where I'm coming from because it's
They are settlers, you stupid fuck.
Not something
they really should stop aid to Israel. Ethan's going full goblin mode for Zionism. Nothing controversial has been said so far. Like, the only thing he fucking cares about, the only thing he cares about is his own personal feelings. There is no moment where he tries to understand my position here.
That was annoying.
No moment where he tries to understand why people have this attitude over him.
Oh.
And he just... And this is a Discord chat that he can't
Or
see, by the way. He pulled after
was
the
it?
fact to be like, wow, this is really fucked up. And if that's the most fucked up shit you saw in a fucking open to everyone Discord, holy moly, dude. You
Where
are
do I
out
see
of your
that?
fucking mind. Yes, nobody cares about your feelings, Ethan. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Can you imagine if I spent the past 16 months constantly talking about my own personal feelings? Like I'm talking about, babies that are in plastic bags being carried over to medical facilities by their crying fathers after being lasered out of the sky with Israeli munitions that we fucking shipped over to them. And I just sit there and I say, you know what? My feelings are so important here. And we really need to take time and cover what I feel right now in this moment. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Of course your feelings don't fucking matter in this process. What do you mean? Especially when I am, at this moment, back then, as his fucking friend and podcast co-host, trying to explain to him why people are being critical of him. And he totally
I forgot
did not
where to see the-
understand this at all. I was saying, Ethan, there's only so much I can do in terms of moderating this community.
The mission.
But if you keep your output to this like ridiculous Zionist propaganda nonsense, yes, it seems like it's a good position in your mind, and maybe your chat will actually hype you up and say, no, King, you're so valid. You're so valid for actually constantly reframing the conversation around your feelings. But yes, outside of your own community, outside of your own echo chamber, people are going to hear what you're saying and go, yeah, you're
I'm
defending
blind.
Israel. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Base decks.
Yes, you're a racist Zionist is what people are going to think. There's nothing I can do to change their mentality.
Fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child cold, arrogant,
Ethan,
as fuck?
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like
Hassan's chat had been calling me a Zionist.
All right. Oh, and then he brings it back
Whatever
to
ask for.
And all these other content creators actually, you know, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you,
like, what's so crazy about this is he's literally pointing to XQC, which he knew at this point was constantly inviting
The amount of time this guy changes his look is just so cringe as well, dude. Fucking pick one, bro.
To basically light up every reactionary online.
Remember back in the day, metrosexuals? This guy's a metrosexual, dude. Like,
I never did this to Ethan. I did the exact opposite to Ethan, as a matter of fact. I constantly fucking told my community to shut the fuck up about Ethan for an entire year. And the only reason why people still arrived at that conclusion is because of what he was fucking saying. The reason why XQC's community hates me, on the other hand, is not because of my positions, but because he kept calling me a fucking snake and a piece of shit every time he was underwater, every time he got into trouble because of Gamba or because of any number of different reasons why he was being a fucking asshole. He would turn around and be like, oh yeah, you guys are calling me an asshole.
What's this karma mechanic?
You know
What the
who's
fuck?
Asshole? Hassan. That's all he did for years and years
Guessed
and
him.
years, as a matter of fact. That is what I'm talking about here. That's it. If you can't see the difference between these two things, I don't know what to tell you. I never actually attacked Ethan. For
As per usual.
Literally an entire year, I defended Ethan. I did not attack Ethan. I defended him.
I haven't played this one in a long time, though.
That actually watch Ethan Klein.
There's a bunch of new mechanics, because I bought all of the DLCs not that long ago. The ones I didn't have yet.
This is the clip that I wanted to. This is the clip that I wanted to show on the podcast that he didn't let me play through. Okay.
Wait, can we do a?
I also kind of want to show. Like what he was saying in the same time frame about me. But here, we're also at 91,000 and 10 minutes into the video. Holy moly!
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay. Trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist.
Also have Game of Thrones on the back burner, but I feel like I'm gonna play an adventure first to see how whatever everything changed and stuff. Seemed like the prudent choice.
And he would still turn around. He would still fucking turn around and be like, "Oh, Hassan's a snake, though." Something that he also recognized he was doing, by the way, when I had a conversation with XQC. XQC literally implied that I actually fucking hid sexual assault. And then openly admitted he was lying about that. And he shouldn't have done that. Think about that. Is this an apt comparison? XQC literally fucking lied and said me and Pokimane, two people who are against gambling on, unregulated cryptocurrency casinos on the website that we were on, were actually participating in a fucking cover-up of sexual assault. We were not, by the way, but he fucking said that. Do you think that that experience is comparable to, because that's the comparison he's making here, where he's like, oh, I demand XQC moderate his chat, but Hassan, you never moderate yours, right? That's what he's
It's funny that this guy does the exact same thing he's now like railing against.
Chat, and I thought that was fucked up.
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
I don't know what that means.
Someone who thought,
I don't know what that means.
I
Sorry.
think that's a reasonable expectation from someone who you consider to be a friend.
Oh yeah, legitimist. Yeah.
He was pro-Palestinian because
Never mind.
I share a lot of those.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. First, I'll show you this. Backtrack. XUC apologized to Hassan for assault cover-up claims. Says it crossed the line.
The other stuff about like me feeling like we have a falling out.
Wait. I'm gonna game the system here.
Years.
You first.
And that sort of thing.
And then we'll accept the demands.
That stuff is whatever. We can have the.
Because we can go minus.
Have that like drama. And that conversation live, which we discussed on the episode as well. That sort of stuff we can, hash out in public. But there are lines, and I think that XCC knows he crossed it as well. I mean, he admitted it.
Okay, we're gonna do that one because they're gonna hate me. Because I'm gonna click this.
Anyway,
let's see. Seize land.
Now, ironically enough, Ethan is right now doing exactly what
I have to wait a
XQC
little bit,
did
actually.
for years and years, in the same exact way, constantly fucking lying about me to his audience over and over again, claiming that I'm actually a piece of shit.
Oh no, base production. Okay, perfect. So now, seize the land. Ooh, they hate my guts.
And here's what I have to say, and go, oh my God, wait a minute, maybe that's not the case.
And then we upgrade again.
Will be helpful for you to understand. My position
and now they like me again.
Hey. Time, but while Ethan
play the
was
system.
actively fucking gaslighting his audience and poisoning the well and constantly claiming I was a piece of shit and bad and not doing enough to moderate my community, which he still maintains is.
Wait, how can they claim me?
Thing to say about me. This is what I was doing instead.
Time and time again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
This is on the coast, I'm
I
guessing.
told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his co-worker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I do not care. This is petty drama, okay? I don't care. And neither should you, okay? I will always stand by Ethan's ability to empathize and want to learn and want to change his perspective, okay? That's it.
Nope.
Ultimately,
Not
Ethan has
really.
the capacity to arrive at a meaningful position because he has empathy for Palestinian people. He is literally better on this circumstance, this issue, than 99% of like Americans who are ultra-Zionists, okay? I'm not saying the entire country is ultra-Zionist, but like 99% of Americans in the media and 99% of Americans in position of power that literally are just like unconditional support to Israel. Shut the fuck up. I've always demonstrated that until it reaches a boiling point, that I will always be kind to those around me that I believe I can communicate with, that I can lead by empathy. Okay? This has been my policy in perpetuity. You know this if you've been in here long enough. I fucking tried with Aiden Ross, okay? And Ethan is not Aiden Ross. I think he will inevitably come around. Ethan is my friend. I think he's an empathetic person, and I hope that that is clear. No one.
Hey, it's the Chariac boys.
Changing your perspective on an issue that is like near and dear
I'm
to your
watching.
fucking heart is
I'm
virtually
watching the
impossible.
context.
It's one of
The
hardest things you
content,
can do.
noob,
I will
dude.
forever have
Oh well,
respect
let me
for
walk
him
away.
doing that on his own, okay, everything that people say cynically he did to like win favor.
This
with the
guy
larger
is
crowd.
so
Fuck
deeply
that.
unserious.
He did it on his own. Yes, you want to know why I know he did it on his own? Okay. Want to know why I know he did it on his own? Because look at the situation. He has family in Israel. He is like he's absolutely shaped. Like his worldview is shaped by this experience. And instead of just like writing off every single thing that people have said and very comfortably finding himself in the bosom of like Zionist sentiment, which he could have just as easily done. He could have just turned around and been like, yeah, fuck this shit. I'm scared. These people are being anti-Semitic. And there is a lot of anti-Semitism that increases in times like this. That much is absolutely true. Instead of fucking turning around and being like, fuck that, he's like trying to tackle it head on and go through the internal conflict, internal struggle that he feels with his own personal experience, with his own personal worldview and his morality and the way that he sees it from what he perceives as a completely hostile audience. And you need to, as a community, also stop fucking ripping into Ethan non-stop. As I've said it over and over again, leading up to the conversation that we had on this broadcast. You guys are so fucking stupid.
And Ethan refused to watch this on stream because it would make him feel guilty and look bad.
I don't know how to check.
Yeah, no, the reason why he didn't want his audience to watch this
The reason why he did not want his audience to watch this, by the way, is because he knows that if his audience actually saw this, then it would undermine the year-long propaganda campaign that he engaged in, claiming that I was never actually defending him. Thank you for stand up to cancer, y'all. This is huge. I'm so grateful. Hell yeah, iDubbbz. iDubbbz is in the chat. Yeah, we're already at 94,000. We already blew past the 74. For doing that. You are. And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame. Just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed. I'm sure that if you were to log what he was saying in this time frame for Ethan, there would be a very, very different attitude from Ethan's side on this, by the way. When talking about me or making snide remarks about pro-Palestinian content creators. There's a reason why so many people were coming into my community and being like, hey, Ethan said this. Hey, Ethan said that. Can I get your take on it? And people were pissed off at me for not giving my take on it. And the reason for why I did not want to give my take on it was because I thought that Ethan was redeemable. I thought that Ethan was salvageable. I foolishly thought that he actually could see the light. I assumed that he was, at most, a liberal Zionist who had been far more critical of Israel than the average liberal Zionist that could be amenable to my position. Okay? I was wrong. I was fucking wrong.
See what happens.
I'm sure if we were to match every single time people are coming in here to tell me at that point what Ethan is saying about me, the reason why I was being charitable is because I thought, like, no, he'll, you know, just give up. He'll come to terms. He'll come to the correct position on his own terms. Okay? Same reason you don't talk about Bad Empanada drama video, ironically. Exactly. Because I thought with Bad Empanada, it's different. Like, with Bad Empanada, I know he's pro-Palestine, and I know he's not an anti-Semite. So, of course, when he fucking does, like, dumb drama shit, I'm like, I don't care. I don't care about this. I don't care about what his criticisms are. We have different methods. We have different tactics. But ultimately, we align on this issue. So as long
How can I
as
spend favors instead?
Weirdly becoming like an anti-Semite or weirdly becoming someone who's like pro-Palestine, which is, you know, of course, never going to happen. I don't give a shit what he has to say. Thank you for the 2K dono. I want to know what you think. Why is Ethan Klein mad at me? The reason why Ethan Klein is mad at me is because his community, slowly but surely, kept hearing him over time say a bunch of shit that was pro-Israel. Okay? Oh, pro-Israel for a Bad Empanada is the argument that I was making. Sorry. If Bad Empanada became pro-Israel, which is never going to happen, I would, you know, I would tackle everything that he's saying head on. Of course, that's not the case. You don't want to attack other pro-Palestine content creators, even if they attack you. Exactly. Exactly. So listen.
Completely forgot the leader.
If you reach him sooner, do you think there's a different tactic that would fix them? No, there wasn't. Because 2K here, Israel doesn't permit me to send this donation to
oh, damn, he came over quickly. The fuck?
Stand up for cancer. Cancer killed my aunt in Gaza 4 years ago after Israel prohibited entry of her chemotherapy into the strip free Palestine. I'm sorry to hear that.
Shit.
You're doing all right.
I still won somehow.
The reason why Ethan was mad at me is because his community kept hearing him over and over again over the course of all of this time when they were coming into my chat to be like, hey, Ethan said this, Ethan said that. They were pissed off at him. They obviously were fans of him. Otherwise, why the fuck would they know what Ethan is saying? And they were pissed off at him for his commentary because his commentary was always running defense for Israel. Okay? And slowly but surely, people started leaving or criticizing him. He couldn't deal with that criticism, so we had to point the criticism in one direction. So in his mind, he thought, I actually brainwashed his fucking audience into hating him anti-Semitically. And not because, for many in his audience, due to the sheer depravity of Israel's actions, they had completely had a reversal of their opinion on Israel. I didn't do anything.
As a matter of fact, I tried to do my very best to get people to shut the fuck up about Ethan. And this is the proof of it. And the reason why I try to get people to shut the fuck up about Ethan is because I think it's irrelevant what he had to say in this process. And I maintained that position until his own ego inflated to such a size that he made this fucking context nuke, and also simultaneously made this context nuke after months and months and months of actively trying to deplatform and successfully deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators by falsely smearing them as anti-Semites. Of course, recognize their mistakes in the past and now advocate against those sorts of things, I think are very valuable, because every single person has a reactionary perspective deep down inside on one issue. We are all totally susceptible to the intersectionality of privilege. Privilege causes us to have blind spots. Members go up. Ethan is my friend. Thank you for the 50 gift of subs. We may have disagreements every now and then, but I have maintained the position that his heart is always in the right place, and he's on a journey of learning. Every single day I went live in the beginning, every single day I would spend at least 5 minutes to 30 minutes talking about how Ethan is not your enemy. You should not yell at Ethan. Ethan is a good person. Be more charitable to those who are open and susceptible to your opinions. Every single day. I'm still friends with Ethan, by the way. I still talk to Ethan every day. Every single day. Throughout the stream. Just say Ethan is a fucking idiotic take. Ethan and I obviously have disagreements on this stuff, but Ethan has also personally said it isn't apartheid. What the fuck do you want? As a dude who did go on Birthright, he is infinitely more progressive than, you know, a lot of these people that are writing these fucking, a lot of these people that are writing these letters and shit, okay? Please, stop fucking yelling about Ethan all the time. Jesus Christ. Time and time again, I told my adult community to shut the fuck up about Ethan. I even banned the mention of Ethan in this community, and I think still to this day, it is banned. The idea that I did not try to genuinely scale back the harassment that Ethan was experiencing is ridiculous. You do PR for Ethan Klein, who's a Zionist. You do PR for Ethan Klein, who's a Zionist. How can you tell her not to defend a Zionist when you defend Ethan Klein, who's openly Zionist? Are you okay? Ethan Klein called Israel an apartheid state in, I think, 2021. Okay? Ethan himself has been very critical of the state of Israel and has even called it an apartheid state far before October 7th. Okay? I personally don't even care if he's like calling me out or whatever. I heard that like people were saying that Ethan talked about me on his podcast today or some shit like that. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. For me, you know what I do care about? Ethan considering what Israel's doing to be genocidal far before October 7th. Okay? I do care about that. I think that that matters. Especially when he is... You know what's crazy about this? I think this is literally the mentality that some foot soldiers still have. Like, they unironically still are trapped in this bind where they think, oh no, he's my comfort character and he means well. He actually means well. He's like, he said it's a genocide. What more do you want? Okay? And I said this even though I could identify the Hasbara, because I thought, as someone who is very good at identifying Hasbara, I maintained this position because I thought over time his perspective would shift. Over time I thought he would be an anti-Zionist. I was wrong. I was totally fucking wrong. Is so close to the subject matter, so close to the different aspects of social conditioning that play a pretty prominent role in the development of American Jews, who are very progressive people overall. Okay? I don't care. No matter what he says about me, my community, or my mods, I still... While you were doing this, Ethan was doing things like watching a video called Hassan saying anti-Semitism is fake.
the Hassan situation, addressing Hassan and his community, firmly believe, okay, I still firmly believe that regardless of everything else, regardless of how he's responded to people yelling at him online, regardless of all of that, I place a lot more emphasis and a lot more value on those things that he has said.
Well,
Ethan fan here. I don't think that Ethan's behavior is honestly dangerous. He's not always right. Neither are you. All right, brother. You are irredeemable if you genuinely think that Ethan's year-long conquest of trying to fucking out Palestinian content creators and pro-Palestinian content creators as like rabid anti-Semites who now the Trump administration is basically fucking using as a hit list. If you don't consider that to be genuinely dangerous for an issue that you seemingly care about, if you think that there's a fucking genocide going on in Israel, if you think Israel's doing a genocide, I assume that his focus on the people who are calling that out is a little unproductive. And yes, it is fucking dangerous. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's dangerous twofold. One is dangerous because it actually creates insane amounts of pressure and potential criminal litigation if need be. But also on top of that, he's gone after fucking people that he's doxxed. He's gone after people with litigation, frivolous litigation. Real life decision makers are feeling no pressure. That's the bad side. Dude, he is a 100 millionaire who's using all of his fucking clout to attack pro-Palestinian content creators for a fucking year and has actually been very successful at deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators by making erroneous claims about how anti-Semitic these pro-Palestinian content creators are. He made 6 small content creators lose their
Forgot he had one.
fucking month.
Forgot he had that still. Whoops. Oh, he didn't. He just took that. I think he just took that over.
Aggressively against all of his fucking enemies. And in the past, his enemies were people like Keemstar. So no one actually thought of anything about it. No one actually thought it was weird or gross. Or billionaires like fucking Ryan Kavanaugh. Now his enemies are seemingly all of the pro-Palestinian content creators. Whether they're Muslim or Jewish doesn't fucking matter. He literally shit on Sam Cedar the other day.
This ain't going so well for these guys.
Siding this fucking issue. You're out of your goddamn mind.
Going on. He actually chastised me. For what? Let's see.
Ethan is very frustrated and very emotional in this moment, but doesn't recognize that, like, perhaps a Lebanese woman who's a hijabi in the United States of America could also be very emotional in this exact same moment. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's so... And the reality of the matter is, anti-Semitism is an unacceptable form of bigotry, whereas Islamophobia is a very acceptable form of bigotry. So being the bigger person in this situation, regardless of your feelings...
So anyway, and God forbid you actually read the chat. But...
That's it? So I'm still being fucking open-minded to him? And he's mad?
What I'm hearing, frankly, is that anti-Semitism is not really an issue, and so you shouldn't. Your complaints are less equal than Frogan's complaints because Islamophobia is more serious than anti-Semitism. Despite, by the way, the fact that, as I pointed out, in reality, or not the opposite, because there is Islamophobia, but like this claim that anti-Semitism doesn't exist because everybody knows it wrong, as I perceiving it, is absolutely false. I've never seen more open anti-Semitism in my life.
So, it's his stupidity? Like, he didn't understand? He didn't fucking understand
might take a
what
while.
I was saying there? That's not my point at all. How the fuck does his chat watch this, by the way, and not go, hey, Ethan, that's not what he said?
My whole life, the way that it's being...
I called out how toxic Hassan's community is, and I said I remember why I left, and he brought up my chat logs and put me on blast. That was fun.
Normalized by the left and the right, and it's being kind of, you know, in a case like this, he's normalizing it. He's normalizing it, he's greenlighting it. Again,
I'm normalizing anti-Semitism and I'm green-lighting it. You get banned in chat for pushing back. Textbook example of competitive victimhood. There is no fucking victimhood here. He is perceiving, he's conflating real anti-Semitism with anti-Zionists criticizing him, a Jewish man. Not realizing that they're not criticizing him because he's Jewish, they're criticizing him because of what he's fucking saying. That's at the heart of the matter here. That's the whole problem. I made a fucking good point here. I literally said what I'm saying right now. I said Ethan does not understand that Islamophobia is institutionally permissible, and what he suspects as anti-Semitism is not anti-Semitism, and he should be more gracious to people that he perceives as being anti-Semitic when it's actually over his opinions on Israel. I genuinely think Ethan Klein thinks that anti-Semitism is whatever he feels bad. Got you with the $10. Fuck cancer. No, I'm not done with your little ass yet. All right. Well, I wanted to watch
There's
this.
There's very real
then...
anti-Semitism directed towards him, directed towards Hila, directed towards Jewish people across the board, and that fucking terrifies him. And I think that there's a real element there for a lot of Jewish people, especially. Like, yeah, they see anti-Semitism rising, and if at any point
let's go for the more war-oriented
Israel with anti-Semitism, and
give me 5 minutes.
And play a fucking formative role in people.
All the way up until December 15th, I'm saying like, oh, I think Ethan is misunderstanding and making a conflation. Still giving him charity, still giving him grace. This is what he was saying about me at the time.
So you know what? Go listen to his song. People say, I need to go listen to his song. This is bullshit. Please, go listen to his song. Who fucking, by the way, yells at people in chat, calls them Zionist genocidal monsters for suggesting that the hospital wasn't bombed, okay, by the IDF, which is the same fucking thing the Hassan's fans come and tell me. So, fuck that. There's nothing wrong with me and Hassan, but there's a lot of shit that on the way that he covers this that I think is fucked up.
Okay, 500 of the last confirmed kills did not come from Israel. So what, are you just mad only when Hamas kills people then? Because that's what you're saying.
I'm mad when all people die, but I don't think he or many people seem to care when Hamas kills a bunch of their people. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Dude, I can't believe the counter rocket barrage from the Hamas teams on the ground actually caused these 500 people to die in the fucking hospital. Then what the fuck are you saying? What about the 3,000 people that died in the fucking week prior by Israeli bombs?
I don't understand the theory that, like, the truth doesn't matter. Someone said, hey, I don't think Israel bombed the hospitals, according to the evidence. Something, like, really mild. And he freaks the fuck out.
I wonder why I freaked the fuck out. This is like this is right after Al-Ahli. No wonder his fucking audience understandably thought that he was defending Israel. Can you imagine? Can you imagine claiming Israel would never bomb a hospital? I don't understand. This is definitely the doing of Palestinian Islamic Jihad or Hamas or whatever the fuck Israel said without any evidence whatsoever. Okay? Yeah, I didn't know this shit. This is my first time seeing it. Yeah, of course people are going to think you're a fucking Zionist. This is Zionist propaganda. This is precisely what it is. Oh, I care when all Palestinians die, except it's really fucked up that you would say Israel bombed a hospital. Does Ethan know that Israel actually bombed the Al-Ahli hospital the week prior? 2 days before the courtyard explosion, Israel actually blew up and artillery shelled the fucking radiology room in the Al-Ahli hospital. I wonder why all the doctors in the Al-Ahli hospital were like, oh, Israel did this. Perhaps they're all in the pocket of Hamas. That was also a pivotal point for a lot of, these fucking dipshits, the apolitical centrist commentators all jumped on that to be like, Hassan is lying to people. Israel would never bomb a hospital. So where are they now? Where are they now? Israel's bombed every fucking hospital, including Al-Ahli, over and over again. Israel sieged every hospital since then. Now, when you hear Ethan Klein's perspective on this matter, he turns around and says it's because Hamas is putting fucking people under tunnels inside of the hospital. That's why Ethan has to, or Ethan, that's why Israel has to bomb these hospitals. That's what he said to Sam Cedar the other day, or no, before his talk with Sam Cedar. Think about that. Oh, they have command centers under these fucking hospitals. That's why it's Hamas's fault that Israel has to bomb these hospitals anyway. Has he covered any of those fucking strikes? No. The only time I've heard him talk about hospitals being bombed was here when he's trying to say that it was actually the Palestinians that blew themselves up, and how fucked up it is that I'm casting suspicion on that narrative, which, by the way, still to this day, no fucking conclusive evidence, and the only evidence that Israel ever presented on the matter was immediately destroyed.
And he goes, "You're a genocidal freak." And then people say the same fucking thing to me from his fan base. And we're acting like surprised, like we don't know where they fucking learned that from. Like, I learned it from you, Dad. I think his cover.
Yeah, this is perfectly representative of his mentality. Everyone in his fan base learned it from me.
In some of these cases has been not good. Thought we needed leftovers more than ever. Yeah, I changed my mind. I mean, what do you want me to do? It was fucking horrible. I felt like Hassan's fans were trying to destroy my life. My wife's life. They were calling me genocidal. For what? For what? But I do think he's contributing to this idea that all Israelis are, you know, occupiers, which is a really dangerous fucking stance to take.
Why?
Doesn't matter. Terrible that the people died, but I encourage you to look into where Hamas was firing. You fucking piece of shit! You garbage, monstrous scumbag! You garbage, monstrous scumbag! You said IDF didn't bomb the hospital, and then you said it did, but Hamas was firing rockets from it in the same 2-minute time frame. So why did you fucking lie at first? Huh? Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself?
By the way, for the record, the IDF did not bomb that fucking hospital.
You genocidal piece of shit!
People were telling me the same exact fucking thing, you know what I mean? I know that this isn't good. I don't think this is a good way to talk about shit. Even if you're angry and fucking horrible things are...
Oh my god, you know what's really funny? I'm also fundraising even back then. That's when I was fundraising for Palestinian medical assistance. I wonder who's clipping it and sending this to Ethan. Yeah, I don't care who's clipping it and sending it to Ethan. Admitting his view of Palestinians by saying he thinks Hassan views all Israelis as the same because he expects Hassan to think about Israelis the same as he does Palestinians. Yes. Wonder why he's, wonder why he's actually so sympathetic to the person who's defending Israel here, by the way. I wonder why. And this was early on. This was right after the fucking Al Ahli hospital was bombed. Okay? Right after then. And for an entire fucking year, I was oblivious. Until this very moment, I'd never seen his commentary on this. Of course people thought he was a fucking genocidal monster. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my lord. Yeah, it was only because I was completely oblivious to the shit that he was saying at the time that I was like, listen, man, I care about covering this genocide. I don't give a fuck about what Ethan has to say about this. I don't want to make drama out of this. I care about fucking locking in, and you should too. In that same time frame, while I was defending him all the way up until December 15th, 2024, that's what Ethan was doing. So the expectation that I am supposed to brainwash my audience into liking Ethan Klein is impossible. Of course, plenty of people who are more educated than Ethan on this, or at least have basic empathy towards the Palestinian plight on this issue, of course, arrived at their own fucking conclusion, regardless of my year-long effort to fucking defend Ethan, because I was also oblivious to his actual position. If I had seen his actual position a long time ago, I would have fucking shoved it back down his goddamn throat as a genocidal piece of shit, okay?
And here's the reality. He looked at all of this, and he could not comprehend that in spite of my defenses of Ethan Klein, that it was actually me. I was the reason why I was making anti-Semitism permissible. Yeah, Ethan thought this specific hospital was bombed by Hamas, but every other building in a 20-kilometer radius was bombed by Israel, even though the hospital itself was also bombed by Israel 2 days prior.
Views, and I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years. Problem with Hassan.
By the way, I want to fucking here. This is your opportunity, okay? Show me all the fucking things Ethan said in this time frame. I know we're only 11 minutes in. I don't care. Give me all the fucking Ethan clips that in this time frame where he was like from the beginning to the end, all the times that this motherfucker was actually defending Israel, so we can make an assessment on whether or not it was actually appropriate for people to think that he was pro-genocide or anti-genocide. Stalwart supporter, he said.
Too many wires.
Say Ad Hasanabi.
Yeah, I did hear about India. After the Kashmir attack, they retaliated. Another war about gonna happen there soon. Guaranteed. I literally just read about it on the toilet.
Wait, hold on. 1 second. Yeah, he was going to show you all the support that he's done. Yeah, let's see.
John's coverage, and a lot of people like him, their complete lack of empathy for the Jewish people who were frankly slaughtered by Hamas. He refused to show even a crumb of empathy for the Jewish victims.
But listen to what this guy has to say.
And as you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this.
Pakistan says it is in the process of retaliating against Indian attack. Yeah, there's gonna be a war starting tonight, dude.
Yeah, okay.
Another one.
Like,
okay.
I'm
just criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it.
I honestly felt at times that he.
Let's hope it stays in as a border skirmish, but
as humans.
But this dude just called babies militants.
Ain't sounding good.
I understand, and there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
Part of running defense for Hamas is.
I can't believe he literally clip-chimped conversations that we had together. Like, how depraved, how fucking depraved that he would go back to a back-and-forth conversation that we had to clip a conversation that we had out of context. You know what my fucking position was. My position is for a one state. The reason why I believe in a one state is because I don't even think the 750,000 settlers could be, in an ethical manner, moved from all of the land that they have occupied as terrorists. I was saying, you think every settler is a valid military target. There are settler babies. I didn't say I think it's valid to kill settler babies.
You kind of implied that.
Thing to do. It's a literal conversation that we had. It was a back and forth conversation that we had. And Ethan also said this, what?
Ethan said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets. When you talk,
yeah,
like 9 sites in Pakistan,
yeah, that's later in the
and
clip.
Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Justice is served after the attack, Indian army says.
It's so crazy that this motherfucker
We will respond to the heinous provocation, Pakistan says.
Our own
that was 2 hours ago.
Forth. What a fucking crazy thing to do.
Downplaying the violence, specifically the sexual violence, which he's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this
because we needed more wars.
Now, this is a famous clip that he kept repeating and using. We now know that he actually recognizes that he disingenuously edited. Show the clip of Ethan and Gila.
Can I add, Ethan, one
yes.
personal
please.
feeling that I've had with Hassan, that I can't really get past is his dismissiveness of the that happened. He acts like they.
October 7th. Doesn't matter if R words happen on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic for me. What's interesting about that quote specifically is that I get what he means in that one. Like, I felt like he said worse stuff than that. Because he's saying, like, he's saying even if the R words happen, well, I think the way he phrases it is fucked up. Even if it happened, they did happen.
Yes.
But he's saying, even if they did happen, it wouldn't change the calculus for him, which I understand what he's saying. But I guess the way he's saying it is, even if it didn't happen, is fucked up.
I didn't say even if it didn't happen. I said even if it did happen, it still doesn't change the calculation for me. Now, ironically enough, that argument was when because of the last piece of evidence that hadn't come out yet with like the Israeli
The prestige.
team, going over
Yeah,
forensic
it feels like that.
analysis of every single body that they put to Shura base. Okay, I literally was debating a chatter. And I know we have the clip for this. Here's the full context.
Also, how are you?
I'm literally debating a chatter who is denying any rapes took place. Let's take a look.
Sure, Israel didn't force them to lie. That's ridiculous.
By the way,
where do I see that again?
None of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live fucking lives free from this occupation.
Well, more like 40%, right? Because it's all the way over there, not over here.
It doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
Kind of.
So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. And
they
there's
do.
no criminal elements that could have conducted themselves very differently. Like that doesn't change the dynamic for me at all. It's so fucking stupid to act like no, they're perfect. They were perfect on October 7th, and they were conducted themselves perfectly.
I want to point out this guy
Palestinian resistance. No, it does not. What the fuck
watches the content nuke a little bit and then has clips. Watches the content nuke a little bit and then has clips. This is he guaranteed pre-watched this and set up clips, man. He's got a clip for everything. It's fucking funny as shit, dude.
Do you understand? My position is I'm not expecting perfect victory from Palestinians. It will never stop to be insane how that clip makes you sound out of context. And ironically enough, it was me arguing against the chatter at the time that was saying, why did you just say rapes didn't
Many people are like, what the fuck? How am I going to believe this?
other like non-professional forensic accounting being conducted on October 7, this has muddied the waters so much that understandably many people are like, what the fuck? How am I going to believe this? How am I supposed to believe anything that Israel says? There's a perfectly valid fucking criticism to have against the state that has lied every single step of the fucking way.
Great.
Many hostages have records of saying two different things. Also, how are you sure Israel didn't force them to lie? That's ridiculous. By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right. What I'm saying is, rapes or no rapes doesn't fucking matter. Beyond October 7 and before October 7, Palestinians still have a right to dignity and self-determination. You cannot genocide people and be like, oh, well, they did rapes. Like, nothing justifies a genocide. Even another genocide doesn't justify a genocide. Do you understand? Like, would it be justified to genocide the entirety of the German population after the Holocaust? I still don't think so.
There were fucking children. There's babies. You know what I mean? You're killing innocent civilians. That's my perspective, and that's the most extreme position that you can arrive at. Genocide is not justice. That is why I don't believe in genociding the Israeli population. And I think that's a fucking ridiculous assessment of the situation. That's why I believe in a one-state solution. Justice is not vengeance. That's it.
Three. Yeah, good luck with that.
Can't believe he fucking used that, even though he used this clip in the fucking context, Snook, when he personally understood what I meant right here. This is before the context, Nuke. This is from October 30th, 2024. So what's up with that? Why is it that right here, Ethan understands what I'm saying, and then his wife stops him from understanding what I'm saying, and then he still chooses to put this clip in the fucking context, Nuke? So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets.
Yeah, yeah. That's exactly why they.
Dude. That's so goddamn gross. He understood my position months before he still put this awful fucking joke. Awful, cringe-ass editing. Not even good for 2016.
That is the justification.
Stupid fucking video, dude. Oh my
And then Pakistan is saying, but they didn't hit any terrorists, they hit
mentally
civilians.
stunted to actually appreciate this. Oh my fucking lord.
Frankly, there are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically, anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything.
Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe?
Racist piece of shit. That's what he is. A racist dumbass. And the only reason why people don't see this horrifyingly, monstrously racist dumbassery is because they too are conditioned into thinking that Arabs are fucking barbaric rapist monsters. The idea that equal rights for Arabs who are not Jewish and Arab Jews and Ashkenazi Jews and everybody in the region to have equal rights and equal representation would spell doom for the Jewish population of Israel is simply Jewish.
These guys are being annoying.
Racist, Islamophobic, anti-Arab garbage. And if you don't see that, you probably
He loves throwing out all the buzzwords, bro.
piece of shit. Okay?
God, this guy's so deeply unserious.
Oh my fucking lord, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Of course people looked at that and were like, this is gross, dude. You're a fucking gross piece of shit. God damn, what a racist fucking monster he is. Oh my fucking lord.
Load it up more, bro. Fucking hell. This guy just doubles down on everything.
If Israeli went to Ramallah, they would be lynched.
Holy fuck.
Literally, same type of propaganda used during the Jim Crow South and apartheid South Africa. And then he's like, why won't people think I'm actually pro Palestine? Stalwart ally of the Palestinian plight, by the way. This fucking guy. This fucking guy.
There frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically, anything is fair game for the Jews.
Yeah, once the white people are outpopulated by the black people, anything is fair game. Oh my god. But is it weird to be afraid, though? Yes, it's racist as fuck. What do you mean? Do you guys actually fucking... Do you lose your mind when the term Jew comes into the equation, where you just have no capacity to understand Jewish people as the dominant group in the Jewish ethno-state? You're thinking anti-Semitism in the way that it exists in the fucking West, or has historically existed in the fucking West, while talking about Israel. What the fuck? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Did this happen in apartheid South Africa? Is that what happened?
Where's the root at corruption again?
Jews are
I
taught
thought
to
that
be
was
afraid
in
of
them.
Arabs is what I mean. I don't think they should. Yes, what you're describing is fucking
Here we go.
racism.
Yeah, it's
What
already
the
active.
fuck? Would you ever be this gracious to any other group? Would you ever be this gracious to any other fucking group that came out and were like, well, these Arabs are, you know, they're gonna rape us. They're gonna fucking kill us if we get equal rights. These blacks are gonna rape us if we get equal rights. Like, if a white person said that, you'd be like, what the fuck are you saying? We are all so trained to see Islamophobia as just like invisible. We don't even recognize it. We don't even think that it's like out of the norm. This is what I meant when I said anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are obviously bigotries that are completely unacceptable. Okay? But Islamophobia has
Where do I see that karma shit, dude?
permissibility. Anti-Semitism does not. You say anti-Semitic shit, you're gonna get fucking fired. Even if you don't say anti-Semitic shit, people still say you're saying anti-Semitic shit to get you fucking fired, like what Ethan is doing with me. If you say Islamophobic shit, they will literally have you. They will elevate you.
You got that. You got that. You got that covered by yourself, brother.
Secretary of Defense, sir. Look at Pete Hegseth.
Called for the killing of a senator. Like glazes terrorists. Like the anti-Semitism is the least of your problems, buddy.
We must nuke Tel Aviv. Then obviously that person would not only get banned, but probably imprisoned. But if you turn around and say we must nuke Tehran or we must nuke Gaza, you become a politician. You become an American politician. That's a normal position in the American political discourse. That's it. Pete Hegseth has a Deus Vault tattoo, okay? Talking about the fucking Crusades, which is ironically also not exactly too fond of the Jews either. He's a Christian nationalist. But could you imagine, like, he has a tattoo that says like Kufar on his kafir on his arm in Arabic, okay? To say like, I am the one, I am the infidel. I'm gonna fucking come and kill all you Arabs or whatever.
I forgot I was at.
Borderline neo-Nazi tattoos, like the
I should have.
Jerusalem cross and shit, okay?
Damn it.
If Pete Hegseth has a fucking swastika,
Do I have an autosave on?
Yeah, you can't be the Secretary of Defense.
I do.
Okay.
I have to check.
Resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. Is not perfect. Oh, this requires its own. This requires its own debunking. This is.
Oh no.
correct.
Shit.
Okay? I'm sorry.
Oh well.
And I know it's going to fucking make you feel bad when I say this. Or for Ethan, it's going to make him feel really good because he's going to be like,
I tried.
Hamas did not mutilate and rape women on October 7. That actually was initial reporting that was identified as incorrect. What this report is showing is something that fucking Rabbi Shmuley has also brought forward. I know that because he literally repeated it over and over and over again, okay? He said Hamas militants went in and cut the titties off of a Israeli woman and then cut the head off of an Israeli woman and then fucking played soccer with the head and the titty of an Israeli woman. Don't say I'm crashing out. He's crashing the hell out. You're crashing out? The fuck do you mean crashing out? So good. They have the and even then, what is so crazy about this process is that I'm not even fucking denying that rapes happen in that one. He just clipped me out of fucking context. They stopped when they thought I was dead. The ordeal of Esther, raped and mutilated by Hamas terrorists. Cases of rape and sexual mutilation committed during October 7 massacre are surfacing. While survivors are still struggling to speak out, one of them, who participated in the Tribe of Noah festival, agreed to tell us what she suffered. Now, I need you to understand something. This is in the immediate aftermath, okay? In the immediate aftermath. It's in November 26, 2023. It's understandable that the reporting on this was going to be murky at the fucking time, okay? I'm going to be as gracious as I possibly can be. Israel denied all investigations into the matter. All the forensic evidence was basically fucking either destroyed or literally designed in a way to erroneously create a alternative fucking reality by Zaka. They did this, and there's plenty of reporting on this process. Okay? Go back and look at all these fucking reports. Now, the reason why, let me explain something to you. Why is this important to me? Okay? Because the reality of the matter is, this is one of those things where it's like, it's the major no-no, okay? It's the biggest no-no of all time. And there is a likelihood that rapes did take place on October 7. It's just that there is no evidence for a Hamas-backed, systematized version of sexual assault that took place on October 7. It is logically already a very difficult thing to suggest, okay? But
Armies of the nuclear-armed neighbors have also exchanged intense shelling and heavy gunfire across their frontier in disputed Kashmir in at least 3 places. Police and witnesses told the Reuters news agency.
Israel had access to every single Hamas militant's body camera footage, okay? They had it from every fucking angle, and they couldn't find one singular piece of fucking CCTV footage or visible evidence beyond photos that beyond photos that they claimed implied that sexual assault took place, including family members. I believe it was Shani Luke. Family members of Shani Luke came out and said, stop saying my daughter got raped. She did not get sexually fucking assaulted. Like, they literally would deny the wishes of the existing victims. The
Yamato, dude, it's my ally. Oh, requesting my aid.
Now, why is this important? Because there was a shit ton of atrocities that took place on October 7. It was brutal, okay? It was violent. They came in with hang gliders. It's a breakout from a fucking open-air prison. Of course it was violent. It was like the Nat Turner Rebellion, okay?
An open-air prison that borders an Arab country.
There was plenty of atrocities.
Weird how that works.
But it was important for Israel to actually increase the atrocities to the best of their ability in an effort to justify what was coming next. That's why it was important to do good journalism in this moment.
Oh,
in this very
fucker.
moment. That's why they went on the babies in the ovens nonsense, or 40 babies were beheaded. Shit that, by the way, Ethan and Gila still repeat. Atrocity propaganda that justifies the unimaginable, untold amounts of terror that Israel subjected the entirety of the Palestinian population to. Okay? There's never been a moment where my analysis over the situation wasn't that October 7 was horrifying. It was absolutely considered an act of terror. It was. It's true. Still, the majority of the fucking people that were killed were civilians. Okay? That's unacceptable. But I understand what the conditions are that caused October 7 to happen. And if you can't have that fucking conversation, you don't want to solve the problem. You just want Palestinians to get slaughtered over and over again for 76 fucking years. Ethan understood the gravity of accusing Israel of systematic sexual abuse on the last episode of Leftovers. When he provided a source on the spot, he didn't believe it and wanted more credible evidence. Weird how he understands the gravity when it's accusing Israel, but not when accusing Hamas, and those accusations are being used to justify genocide. Exactly. The irony, of course, is that I'm not even using Israel's previous reporting on the matter, that Israel has systematically raped Palestinian women and boys at checkpoints and in their detention facilities to justify October 7. I'm not even saying that. Some people do. I'm not doing that.
No legal error. Wow. Wow.
This
Wonderful.
right here, for the record, this is the Esther case on display from Wikipedia. The New York Times changed her name to Sapir. October 2023, Israeli police showed multiple journals a video of a woman whom Le Parisien called Esther.
524 is not that bad. Could be worse.
Seen from her hiding place near the festival. A militant bent someone over. Then Esther understood that he was raping the victim.
Hey, I captured the sheep.
Passed her on to someone else. She was still alive and bleeding from the back. The men cut off parts of her body, sliced her breast, threw it on the street, and played with it. Another militant raped her. Then, while still penetrating her, shot her in the head and then ejaculated. 2 months later, in December 2023, the New York Times reported accounts with very similar themes from a witness identified as Sapir. This is not something that took place. Okay? I need you to understand, this is not real, okay? Here. Also, the person that conducted the fucking UN report admitted that it was a mischaracterization that genital mutilation took place. fuck? The reason why this is important, by the way, stop debating rape and focus on the genocide of the Lord. No, shut the fuck up. You want to know why this is important to cover? Because this is a colonialist tactic, okay? All of the barbaric rapist savages. It is the same exact fucking principle that whites in apartheid South Africa applied to the black population of South Africa. It is the same exact principle that white settler colonial violence that the Native Americans were subjected to that justified their genocide. It is the exact same thing that white Klansmen said in the Reconstruction era, and as they went on to lynch black people in the aftermath of the Reconstruction era in the Jim Crow South. This is a colonialist tactic to fucking lie about the sexual barbarity
Fucker took all of it.
these animals, these primal beings that are violent and scary and must be fucking put to heel. That is precisely the reason why it's important to address the truth of this so that justice can be served for the fucking victims, okay? Not discounting that
fucking
sexual
bastards.
assault or sexual violence ever took place on October 7th, because that is commonplace in conflicts.
You son of a bitch, dude.
You must understand.
Ugh.
You must understand the reason as to why this was so important for Israel to push. It absolutely plays a role in the way that people fucking analyze the Palestinian population. Chris Kunzler and I had a wonderful conversation about this, about the psychosexual nature of this kind of projection propaganda. Here.
They're coming after me.
The settlers always projected their desires onto the colonized. They would always say,
I'm so screwed.
In the case of the southern United States, is the white man not always saying that the black man...
How did they hate me all of a sudden, dude? What the fuck?
Good white woman at any given opportunity. Lynchings would vary...
We had 200, not like a year ago.
Of people's... In the case of... He spoke constantly about how bad Jewish boys would attack German
Probably because I
women
got
at
claims
every
on there.
opportunity. And in fact, one of the most racist figures and reprehensible within Israeli society, Meir Kahane, there is a video of him on YouTube where he speaks about, he says, there are currently Arab boys hidden in cafes pretending that they have Jewish names so they can basically trick nice, good Jewish girls into dating Arabs. He also gained a massive amount of popularity, his far-right, horrific exterminationist ideology, by saying that there were a series of nationalist, like motivated by terrorism, nationalist hatred of Israel occurring at the time, and there were these...
Think about that. Anyway, this is the crucial part many overlook regarding the deranged claims of gang rape from Sapir and Roz Cohen, repeated in the New York Times and other Western media. We already knew they lied from other evidence, but Patton's UN report also debunked it. Patton's team said that the accounts of gang rape could not be verified during the time provided along Road 232. This is the escape route from the Supernova Music Festival, where two individuals claimed they saw gang rape, Roz Cohen and Sapir, or Witness S. Their stories have been cited by virtually every one of the 13 media investigations and civil society reports as evidence of rape. The statement further undermines Israeli and media claims that mass rape occurred on October 7. It is literally Emmett Till shit, okay? It's ridiculous. The forensic pathologist looked at all of the bodies and did not find a single one that had that specific type of genital mutilation. As a matter of fact, there's another story about like nails in someone's genitals or something. And mischaracterizing grazing gunshot wounds to genitalia as targeted genital mutilation using knives. Here's the UN, the Office of the Special Representative, the Secretary General on Sexual Violence Conflict. Okay? Additional challenges emerged due to erroneous interpretations of states' bodies by some volunteer first responders without relevant qualifications or expertise. Some examples include mistaking post-mortem pugilistic posturing, a boxer-like body posture with flexed elbows, clenched fists, and spread legs, and flexed knees, due to the burn damage as indicative of sexual violence, misinterpreting anal dilation due to post-mortem changes as indicative of anal penetration, and mischaracterizing grazing gunshot wounds to genitalia as a targeted genital mutilation using knives. The reason why they mischaracterized it is because the first responders were not actually forensic pathologists. They did not have the capacity to do a autopsy on the fucking spot. So they just looked at it and then said, this is what must have happened. And then the Israeli media ran with that fucking story. This is the reason why I said it's important to fucking arrive at a real conclusion with verifiable evidence. You want to know why I said, and many people made hay of me saying,
I'm like literally, I got another stream open for the India thing.
Does not meet the standards of circumstantial evidence that would be used in a fucking court of law, because you're looking at a photo of someone going like this and you make up your mind on it. But a forensic, a person that is supposed to conduct the autopsy is going to actually figure out whether or not this thing that you're suspecting happened. Oh. Every single piece of, every single headline that Ethan erroneously slaps on here, including this one, is contributing to, once again, screams without words, how Hamas weaponized sexual violence on October 7th. This is a great fucking example of a story that did not meet the standard of New York Times' own editorial review. This was so controversial, but so necessary so that Israel could keep pushing the narrative of Palestinian barbarity. Okay?
Look at this guy. I can't keep listening. He's just so annoying. I'm out for today. Oh. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Meow. I'll be back tomorrow. Same place, same time. Every goddamn day of the week, yo. What's the funny thing? Yeah, dude, he's barely started. Not even 15%. Not even 10%. 10% would be an hour 30. Not even, because it's, 60. Base 6. Yeah. He's gonna be crashing out for quite a lot more. I'll see you later, brother. Have a good one.